Marcy Modiste hasn't set up her stream yet. I'm real sorry. I haven't set up my stream yet. Hold on, let me move over. And also let me grab you guys. Sorry, I haven't been on time recently. Actually, I'll be honest, I got in an argument with my parents, so it kind of busted my mood a little bit. And now I'm back to being in 2 views, so who cares? Okay, graphics, Dojin mode, studio mode, vivid mode. I feel like you guys would prefer vivid mode, I'll be honest. And then, yeah. Text speed. Open. Oh, this one's kind of nice. Modern. What's modern? Retro's fine. This is fine for me. Return. Yeah. Mercy's parents being a bit unreasonable. Who can imagine? It's just that they told me that they would help me get a house. You know. September 21st, planetary calendar 209. Following a raft of oppressive policies and crackdown from the Earth-based government of the Solar Federation, the joint forces of the Martian territories, and the Jovian Unified Colony Fleet rebelled. This conflict came to be known as the Solar War. The war carried on for 3 years, but eventually the combined forces of the Martian territory and Jovian Unified Colony Fleet managed to push the Federation military all the way back to planet Earth. In the final days of the conflict, a pitched battle was fought in lunar orbit that would decide the war's victor. Lunar orbit. Aboard the Jovian carrier JFS Calic. You reflexively tighten your grip on the armored frame's twin flight sticks as another wave of vibrations reverberate through the cockpit. Do you remember the 21st night of September? It's a visual novel point and click kind of game. Yeah, at least that's what they said. And my parents are flip-flopping. Yeah, they basically kind of said, oh, yeah, we will help you with the down payment. And then they said, and then today they're like, we can't help you with the down payment. And then I was like, okay, that's fine, I guess. I mean, like, I don't have that much for a down payment, but I do have some savings. So maybe the bank might be like, okay, sure. And then after that, they said, actually, we'll loan you money. And I don't know why that pissed me off. I guess it's because I've been paying for everything in this house that, like literally, I've been paying everything in this household. So that now I'm being loaned money, even though I've been paying everything, kind of pisses me off, I guess. The creak of your new flight suit and your quickening breath are the only sounds you hear above the gentle hum of the frame's subsystems. As you squeeze the controls tighter, their plastic casings creak under the pressure. You try and stay calm, knowing that these gentle vibrations are remnants of huge shock waves that are buffeting the Calic, the carrier that you are stationed on. I'm not gonna lie to you, I can't fucking read this text. This text is too I need a different text right now. Retro's not doing it. interest-free loans, right? Yeah, it's like interest-free loans, but the thing is, I've paid for everything. I was kind of like the obedient daughter. Time to use the dyslexia text. I think I will, actually. Each one is a near miss as an explosion tears through the space around the ship. You tried to push the thought from your mind and focus on controlling your breath, but you already realized that their frequency means the Calic must be approaching the front line. Your squadron will be launching soon, and you'll be engaging in your first real sortie. Your first real flight, in fact. You feel your throat tighten. Simulations are as good as the real thing. That's what your trainer told all of you. But you know that pilots are supposed to have hundreds of hours of live flights and training exercises in real armored frames before they're allowed anywhere near the front lines. Of course, that didn't happen. Command had told you that the modern simulators meant cadets can graduate without the need for those exercises. Like, loan you money while living off your money. Exactly. So it was just frustrating because I've seen my parents give and give and give and give and give to my relatives. They like helped with like things. They bought an apartment for my aunt, like everything, but they won't do anything for me. So it just kind of pisses me off, I guess. You've overheard the rumors though. The Jovian colony fleet had lost a lot of pilots, and still wanting to keep pace with the Martian advance against Earth, had resorted to fielding anyone who could fight. Your whole squadron is just like you, freshly conscripted from Europa colony. You're undergone basic training, but almost all your flight training had taken place in the cruiser's journey from Jovian space. You wonder how the others are feeling right now, whether... Meanings crew. Calic 5. This is flight deck. We're preparing your squad for takeoff. Running last few diagnostics for your frame. Activating all systems. Now. Alright, looks all good to go. We'll run a few more checks, then we'll have you spaceborne in a few minutes. You ready to show those Terrans who's boss? Damn straight. Ready to kick some ass, or ... Which one should we do? Damn straight you want this. Yeah, can't wait to go out there. I'm gonna... You stammer, trying your best to convince not the engineer, but yourself that you're ready for what's waiting for you. Whoa, take a breath there, Calic 5. Not gonna be that bad out. No need to get all riled up in the hangar. Tell you what, pilot, what's your name? What's your first name, pilot? Okay, PP, what's your surname? What are your pronouns? Wait. We are a... Okay, he, him, she, her, they, them. Pee-pee poo-poo is a they, them kind of person. or yeah, I think pee-pee poo-poo, it's us. The they, them kind of person. Pee-pee poo-poo, is that right? Yes. I think they, them is great because we can pretend it's Yuri or we can pretend it's Yali. Pee-poo! Yeah, that's pretty good. Pee-pee-poo-poo is beyond gender. Pee-pee-poo-poo is a mindset. Okay, inside poop. First up, take a few deep breaths for me. In and out. Nice and slow. You got that? No. You draw in one long measured breath and hold it, then release it. Following the engineer's instructions, You repeat this a few more times. Just kidding. After a while, you begin to feel your pulse slow and some of the tension in your body slip away. You still feel on edge, but feel slightly more in control. Alright, there we go. Now listen up, Ensign. You ain't got a thing to worry about out there. Way I heard, that's all the terrain's best pilots were taken care of between here and Mars. Heck, Martians are the ones who've been leading the charge today, so they're the ones taking all the flack. Propaganda machines selling this as our decisive strike against Earth's last line of defense. But between you and me, it ain't nothing more than a mopping up situation. Buddy of mine in operations said as much in the canteen last night. Besides, you hear a dull ring over the comms and sit bolt upright in your seat, slouching back and exhaling as you realize it's nothing more than the engineer striking the cockpit armor on your frame. This beauty here's a work of art. Terrain's frames ain't nothing on her. She's all tuned up and ready to go. I seriously need better text. I can't fucking do this. I can't freaking do this. I need dyslexia mode right now. I can't do this. Pee pee poo poo uses they them because they are both pee pee and poo poo. Probably spent more time with this one than I have with my own kid. Ha! So don't you worry. Remember what they taught you in training and leave the rest up to her, and you'll come out of this just fine. Despite your startled reaction a moment ago, the engineer's confidence is infectious and is starting to rub off on you. You adjust your position in your seat so that you're sat up straight, and the soft hum of the frame system now seems more comforting than ominous. Just a mopping up operation, you think. Martians have done all the work, so we're sitting pretty here in our top-of-the-line frames. Yeah, nothing to worry about. So, Ensign Poo Poo. How are you feeling about things now? Feeling good, ready to go. You want Pee Pee Poo Poo to be an excitable creature? Feeling good? Yeah, ready to go. Yeah, I'm ready to get out there and kick some ass. You declare, channeling your newly tapped well of confidence. That's the spirit inside. Now hang on to that and we'll get you out of those, have you out those hangar doors and kicking terrains around in no time. Left alone with your thoughts, you tune back to the gentle hum of the frame. You watch the second ticks away on the cockpit clock whilst you wait for the order to launch. The wait seems to drag on and on. You carry out a few last-minute flight checks, but as you'd already completed them, while you boarded, nothing has changed. Alright, pilots, listen up. This is Calic 1. We've been cleared for launch, so be ready for immediate action. All frames will be taken off in designation order. Attack formation sound off. Calic 2 ready! This is Calic 3 ready. Calic 4 here, ready to take off. Calic 5, confirm your status. Oh, yeah, Calic 5, standing by. Keep it together, Calic 5. Calic 6. Calic 6, ready. Alright, Calic Squadron, move out. Calic 1 launching. Calic 2 launching. Calic 3 launched. Calic 4 moving out. Pew! 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 The roll call for your squadron as they depart from the ship and accelerate rapidly towards the combat zone sound almost like a countdown to you. Once Calic 4 has declared their launch, you know Your time has come. You disengage the restraint and prepare yourself. Calyx 5, launching. You shout as you slam the flight sticks forward for maximum thrust. Yeah! Get down, do 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 do. Calyx 5, abort launch, cut thrusters. Calyx 5, abort launch, cut thrusters. The engineer's instructions barely register in the confusion as you jerked around the cockpit, your helmet slamming on the control panel as a brief moment of thrust throws you back into your seat before you whip forward again. Thrust, 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 thrust. Hold on. Can I do this? Give me a second. Yeah! Yeah! Warning, flash all over your monitor and sirens and alert sound from all over the cockpit. Calyx 5, abort launch and cut thrusters. It takes a few seconds for you to comprehend the engineer, but once you do, you quickly pull the flight sticks back to their neutral position. The roar of your frame's engine dies, and your cockpit regains its previous stillness. You wince as the metallic taste of blood fills your mouth. All right, Calyx 5, hang tight for a moment. Your frame's restraints didn't accept the disengage command, so you're still attached to the Calyx. We're going to need to run a diagnostic. Shouldn't take too long. You slump in your cockpit's chair and exhale deeply, your heart still pounding a million beats per minute, and your lips stinging. You continue to slow your breathing as you listen to the still open communication channel from maintenance crew as they work to get your frame released. Hey, yeah, looks like the restraints disengage command didn't register. Yeah. Unit 5, alright, yeah? Get Unit 6 out. No sense in waiting for this one. Okay, start the diagnostic, then reboot if necessary. Calyx 6 launching. What do you mean hardware fault? We've checked this 10 times since Mars, at least. Who was assigned to Unit 5? Oh, 4. Fine, right. Shut down systems and run the diagnostic again. I want this frame out there in the next 5 minutes. Calyx 5, we're going to shut down your frame system for a moment so we can run a diagnostic. Stay ready, though. We'll have you launching soon. Calyx 5, understood. Ready and waiting. As your cockpit fades to darkness again and release the flight stick, and suddenly you realize just how long you've been clenching your fist around them. You flex your fingers and roll your shoulders, exhaling again as you begin to hear the muffled sound of the engineers working on your frame's restraints. Just a little concussion before the mission, as a treat. As a tiny, itty-bitty, tiny treat. Staring at the dead monitor, you slowly begin to smile. This is what you wanted, wasn't it? You spent so long worrying about the mission that you've thrown up twice in the past 24 hours, and now it looks like that was all for nothing. This reminds me of the time that that I threw up. So the first time I did my driving exam, I threw up. I threw up several times, and then the second time I did my my big one, the one where you drive a bigger cars and stuff. That test, it was the same testing instructor, and they were like, what? They said, welcome back, vomit girl. First thing I did when I sat down They were like...
When I played this game, I couldn't help but think a bit on who in a VAllure collab would voice who.
I voice everyone, simple as that. Thank you for the DKK 50. What the heck is a DKK? Donkey Kong. Kong. DK coins. Donkey Kong coins. Donkey Kong country. It's Danish, buddy. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, you're Danish? I got Europeans here? Thank you. Anyways, but I like Donkey Kong. Yes. Cool. I like Europeans here. That means I feel so worldly. Mr. Worldwide, Mercy Modiste. Anyways, yeah, got in the car to test, and then the instructor, not the instructor, but the tester person was like, gonna vomit again? And I'm like, nope, I'm good. And they said, okay, we'll go for a test run, and then we'll do the real test. And then I did the test run, did perfectly fine, and they said, you pass. And I was like, Mr. Worldwide. Dale. You got what you wanted, and you were safe. As safe as you can be, strapped to the outside of a military carrier in an inactive armor frame anyway. Your smile widens inadvertently at the thought. Sorry. Getting shot down in an inactive frame, still in its restraint, you'd become a cautionary tale for engineers and pilots throughout the entire Jovian colony fleet. Anyways, so yeah, they said we'll go for a test run. Turns out the test run was the test. They already knew I had test anxiety or exam anxiety. So they pretended that we were just gonna go through the thing and then do it again. And they're like, okay, you pass, bye. So yeah. That's nice of them though. Yeah, they did. And they said, you did fine when you weren't nervous. I mean, like, I drove there and I did fine. I drove. So yeah. Your mind turns quickly to the rest of your squadron. When they returned, you'd be the laughing stock of the entire Calic. The pilot who spent their entire first mission stuck in a dark Why am I saying things wrong? I'm sorry everyone that I mispronounce things all the time. Cockpit. You dodge a bullet, but you never... This is Calic 6. They've cut off the flight path. There's more. There's a whole squadron of carriers coming in from E-Field. Calic 1, they're going to cut you off from the fleet. Calic 6, signal disappearing. Had you sit bolt upright as you begin pressing buttons trying to activate your cockpit's main monitor so you can see what's going on. However, with your frame system shut down remotely by the maintenance crew, you can do nothing but sit in dark stillness and listen to events unfold. Calic 6, respond Calic 6, what's going on? How many carriers are coming in from E-Field? Ma'am, Calic 6 signal has been lost. It's not responding. He's... Hold it together, Calic 4. All units form up. Defensive formation on me. I said all units. Calic 2, don't break formation. Ma'am, they're firing on us. There's so many of them. Oh God, ma'am, help. instant, your communications channel is flooded with cries of terror and panic. You hear your squad mates, your fellow pilots, exclamation of fears as the unexpected enemy force bears down on them. Wife says, oh, hi, wife. Hi, wife. Our wife says 80% accurate speech is the goal, and you're way above that. Yippee! Screams and yelps, wails and howls fill your head as you sit powerless in the dark confines of your cockpit. Hey, hey, who's out there? Engineering! Hey, get me ready, I can help! Get me ready to launch, engineering! They're getting killed out there, I need to go now! You shout demands to get your frame ready for launch over the channel, but are met with no response. In the dark of the cockpit, with your controls unresponsive, you can't be sure whether the channel is closed off or if no one's listening, with all the attention turned to receiving the battle damage units from your squad. Listen to me, anyone? Anyone! Get me out there! You desperately begin attempting a manual overdrive of your system, but find that nothing responds to you. The only spark of life that you can glean from your frame is the small diagnostic progress bar. I need to be out there! Anyone, hey? In one last desperate attempt, you begin hammering on the cockpit walls, hoping to get the attention of the engineers you could hear outside earlier. The entire time, the chaos of the combat out there, combat out in space is narrated to you in broken fragments of radio chatter. There's 3, 4, on me! I've lost my shield! I can't shake them! They're everywhere! There! The line of retreat's totally cut off! We can't get back to the ship! Ma'am, what do we do? What do we do? Stop panicking and form up! 3 and 4, on me! We're going to punch a hole through their formation and... Ma'am! Ma'am! Come in, ma'am! Oh, no! Oh, God! Oh! One by one, your squad signals disappear, and the cacophony of panic disappears, replaced by the gentle hiss of static. You stop hammering on the side of your cockpit. The last voice is cut off. You're drenched in a cold sweat now, and your empty stomach feels like a rock has sunk to the bottom of it. You lean back and stare blankly ahead. This is Calic 5. Ready for takeoff. September 21st. Do you remember? Planetary calendar 209. Despite last-minute reinforcements for the Solar Federation from their headquarters on Earth, the battle above Lunar is a victory for the joint Martian and Jovian forces. This would be the final battle of the Solar Wars. Excuse me. Having lost their last stronghold on Lunar, the Solar Federation would agree to a ceasefire and sign on Armistice? Armistice? What is this? Armistice. Okay, sure. What does armistice mean, guys? To end hostilities. An uneasy peace fills the solar system. It's like a ceasefire. Okay. Did I even say it right? It's like a peace treaty. Yeah. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. No fighting! With the conflict between the Solar Federation and the Martian-Jovian alliance concluded, the Calic and her crew soon returned to the Europa colony near Jupiter. Europa! Every European here! That's you! April 19th, planetary calendar 214. The reduced need for pilots away from the delicate space between Earth and Mars saw Ensign Poo Poo reassigned to security detail aboard various Jovian ships. They are eventually promoted to lieutenant. That's us! 4 years have passed since the battle above Lunar. The Jovian colony fleet, fearing fresh aggression from Earth, has increased patrols near its colonies after picking up unusual signals coming from further out in the solar system. The patrol ship JFS Gundog is dispatched to support the JFS O'Brien in its investigation of these signals. Jovian space aboard the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. No PP around this time? PP's our first name. As the rumble of the Gundog's engines roaring to life reverberates through the ship, you clench your fists. It's been 4 years, and to this day, the sensation of tremors, whether they're ship engines, docking clamps, or weapon drills, still ties your stomach into knots. A bad trait for a ship's security officer. You shake your head and exhale slowly, taking a moment before stowing the last of your possessions and pushing the drawer closed. You feel the click as it locked into place, and the exterior plastic paneling still completely flush with its surrounding. Stepping back, you look around the room. You take another deep breath and hold it for a moment. Although it was as far from your first posting as a security officer, you always felt the same sense of trepidation, if not anxiety. As similar as all the ships were, they all came with their own unique crews and personalities, and with those came unique problems. Breathing out, you take you take a look around the room, taking stock of your surroundings. Select the look button to examine your surroundings by selecting items of interest. Select it again when you're done. Okay, look. Wait, look. This lets me control the room's lighting. From the bed, I keep my books there too. I'm currently reading the Tales of Cosmic Champions series. I want to read JoJo. The standard crew's bunk. Once you've slept in one, you've slept in them all, although this one's the nicer ones I've been assigned to. The wall panels can be removed by jimmying it with a thin object, and crew members often stash contraband there. Looks like this one's not been touched, though. This terminal lets me access the ship's computer. It's got a clock, a word processor, and even a calendar. Ooh, feisty. So advanced. I can also access records and my orders from here. But for anything else, I'd need to access the core, which is limited to those in operations or command. A standard door with an electronic lock and magnetic bolting system. The only way in or out unless you plan on getting creative with maintenance tunnels. It sounds like we can do that. Wait, what's this? It's just a normal storage unit. I travel light, so mine only has clothes in it. Use. There's nothing in here right now that I need. Just my uniform and some toiletries. The light switch for the rest of the room is here. Should I use it? Yes. Nice. Oh, I can like... I've only just boarded. Still in the middle of the day, based in Jovian Standard Time. JST! The light switch for the rest of the room is here. Should I use it? Yes! I've only just boarded... Okay. Use. Oh, it looks like I've been instructed to report to the bridge to meet the captain. I haven't met anyone yet since my transport to the spaceport last ran late, and I just about made it on board before launch. Select Move button to move to a different location from a list of options. If you change your mind, select the button again. Alright. Move. Cruise quarters. Corridor 1. You're gonna really dig the art style, methinks. You step out into an empty corridor, and the door to your quarters gently hisses shut behind you. Its keypad gives a short series of beeps, and you hear the lock engage. The dull thrum of the ship's system is barely audible, but otherwise you are stood in total silence next to this kick-ass OST. The air is cooler outside of your quarters, and the corridor has a sterile lack of aroma. This has been the same on every ship you've been stationed on, and at this point, it doesn't even surprise you. Okay, so this is the Swift class patrol vessel, which means if I leave this quarter block, I'll be in the foreside thoroughfare. If I go right towards the aft, I'll arrive in the central hub, and then I can head to the bridge. Forward, right. Foreside thoroughfare. You leave the crew block behind you and find yourself in a much larger corridor that stretches off to your left. And with multiple smaller corridors leading from it. To your right, the corridor leads to a large plaza-like space. A very faint breeze coming from your left ruffles your hair and chills you slightly, and you hear the sound of human activity. From the right, you can hear the hum of the ship's engine more clearly now, as well as the occasional low, quiet whirring sounds. Looks like I was right. This portion of the thoroughfare will let me access both sets of crew quarters, the mess hall, the hangar, and the central hub. From there, I can access the rest of the ship's areas. I should hurry up to meet the captain before I look around anywhere else. Move. Central hub. As you enter the central hub, you hear a low whirring sound and the engines grow louder. You can see the readouts above one of the elevators change, letting you know someone is using it to travel to another part of the ship. Looking around, you see the entrances to both the fore and aft side throughout thoroughfares, as well as the corridor to the airlocks. These elevators will take me to the bridge, where the captain will be. I shouldn't waste any more time. Move. Bridge. Knowing that you need to report to the captain, who at this point of the ship's journey should be stationed on the bridge, you make your way towards the elevators and press the call button. You step back and watch the indicators above each elevator, waiting for one to arrive. As you wait, your mind begins to wander, and you're caught unaware as you feel something suddenly jab into your back, and a voice from behind you declares, "Hands in the air, identify yourself." Your posture stiffens as you snap back to reality. Oops, there goes gravity. Oops. Caught completely off guard by the voice behind you. Thoughts race through your mind as you try to figure out what's going on. Could there already be another security detail on board? That shouldn't be possible. As far as you knew, you were the only one, unless... I said, hands in the air, punk! You tentatively raise your hands, palms flat and facing forward, as whatever has been thrust into the small of your back is removed slowly, and you hear the person behind you take a step backwards. You exhale and begin to turn around. Lieutenant Poo, security detail, ID SO 254 JFSG. I'm on my way to meet the captain to... Never change, Mercy. Don't plan to. Where you've been expecting a gruff crew member, instead you're met with bright and cheery officer waving a pen around with a large smile in her face. You're taken aback for a moment, as this isn't just any officer. This is... Casey! What are you... Pee-pee! I've missed you so much! Whoa, look at that! We got a huge pompadour! Look at our huge pompadour! We got held up by a pen. Yeah, we did. You big doofus, you should have seen your face when you turn around. You were all... I love that face you make when you think you're in trouble. It's like you think playing the big soldier will get you out of trouble. It's so cute. Lieutenant Commander Cassandra Quinn. You should have known, really. She's always been one for bad jokes and stupid pranks as long as you've known her. Her less than professional attitude and penchant for irresponsibility is the reason why, despite her talents, she's not commanding a ship of her own. Oh gosh. Felt though. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how good did I get you? You totally thought you were being busted, right? But if you're being honest, her playful nature is what attracted you to her in the first place. That's your crush? Pee pee poo poo, we got game? Pee pee poo poo, us, snippets. You are pee pee poo poo, I am pee pee poo poo. We got game? We got crushes here? You've been dating... We got... This is not possible. This is not possible. This is not possible. We are the Rizzler? Are we Riz? Are we here? Are we in? We. Back up. Look into my eyes. Look into my eyes. I said look at it. I said look into my eyes. But look into my eyes, singular. The most unbelievable thing about this game is we are not single. Yeah. Sorry, give me a second. I can't believe we're not single. I thought wow, we're not single, guys. We're not single. We're not single. Okay, I got game. I got Riz. You've been dating for nearly 2 years now, but a lot of that has been over electronic mail or in letters. Your postings have never lined up until now. Cassie, what are you doing here? I thought you were stationed on Reliant. Retland? Why did I say Retland? In that medicine? Reliant! You never said you were being transferred. What happened? Well, the thing about that is, you might say that a disagreement with the head of operations on the Reliant led to a lateral trajectory for my career. Cassandra, please. Okay, so maybe when it came time to change the ship's cybersecurity password, I couldn't be bothered to spend all day sitting in the computer core, waiting for it to generate new codes so I can change all the existing passwords by a single digit. You place your face in your hand as a dull groan rises from the back of your throat. This isn't the first time you've heard a story like this. Ugh. We have a Discord kitten. She is not a Discord kitten. Or is she? I don't know, she feels like a hamster. Maybe it's the poofy hair. And maybe it turns out that when they run the cybersecurity drills, they assume that the enemy have your old passwords, so try brute forcing from those. And maybe that meant the ship was compromised in 0.5 seconds. But at least they found out I'd done that in a drill and not in a real engagement, right? I basically saved the entire ship in advance. I'm surprised you're still even stationed on a ship. How are you not stuck back in a records room in your pod colony right now? Well, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but if I can't trust you, who can I trust? It turns out this mission was organized at really short notice, and the Gundog was the only ship available. The problem was that they seemed to be having issues with the crew, so they had to transfer some on short notice. Lucky for me that I'd so recently been made available. And that's weird. I'd only been just stationed on the Duke, so I shouldn't have been free to be transferred. used one of my contacts from the academy who works on resources to transfer you over here. I'm pretty sure you know every regulation you broke by doing that. Oh, what was I supposed to do? Get stationed on some tiny ship heading out to the middle of nowhere with no one I know on the crew? We haven't seen each other in months. Aren't you glad to see me? Of course I'm glad to see you. I've missed you too, you know? It's been a long time. You don't become part of the Reliance Operation Department without some serious talent. I'm not going anywhere. Discord kittens in space. Would you guys call me kitten or would I call you kitten? I'm suddenly less surprised she's dating us. What do you mean you're suddenly less surprised? Oh, you said you were on your way to see the captain, right? Have you had a chance to take a look around the ship yet? No, not yet. I was going to. Great! I'll show you around. I've been here a few days, so I basically know the ship like the back of my hand. Where do you want to go first? I was on my way to see the captain. I felt the engine start up, so I know we're launching soon, and I thought that I should probably report in as soon as possible. Oh, don't worry about that. I've already logged you on board, so it's just a formality now. Besides, Captain Bartholmews isn't exactly a stickler for procedure, so we can check out anywhere you want before we head up there. Well, alright, in that case. Great! This is going to be the best tour you've ever been on. By the time it's over, you'll have seen every inch of the ship and met everyone on board. It's been so long since we last saw each other, too. We definitely need to take time to stop by my quarters and get reacquainted. Guys. I think we got game. I'm terrified. We can party. We're in. We can party. You can now access every area of the Gundog. Select Talk button to view a list of who's available to talk to. If you change your mind, select the Talk button again. You look around the central hub as Cassandra already begins to make her way to your first destination, waving you to follow. It might be a small ship, you think, but now would be the perfect opportunity to learn its layout and familiarize yourself with where you'll be spending your current duty. Plus, you admit, it wouldn't hurt to meet all of the crew before. Better to get to know them sooner rather than later. Well, which way did she go? I am a stickler, by the way. I am stickler. I'm a stickler for rules, so I would normally go to the bridge. But what do you guys think? Where are we going? Maybe we should go to the bridge. I'm gonna go to the bridge. You step from the elevator onto the bridge, and what seems to be a pretty quiet atmosphere turns totally silent as the two women present, who had previously been observing a screen, turn to face you. You identify the captain almost immediately by her uniform, although you are given pause to wonder if you'd misjudged as she listlessly straightens up and heads over to you with an air of disinterest. The other woman, who shoots you a look but remains seated at her station, quickly turning away while she realizes you've caught her looking your way. Nerd alert! I clicked the wrong thing. The cuteness of her reaction catches you off guard as she quickly returns to what she's been doing before you entered. Hopefully Cassie's presence can thaw what you feel might be a code reception. Lieutenant Pee Pee Poo Poo entering the bridge and reporting for formal assignment. You declare, throwing a sharp salute, with Cassandra quickly following suit. Lieutenant Commander Cassandra Quinn entering the bridge, an accompaniment of Lieutenant Poo Poo. You've taken aback slightly as you realize you've hardly ever seen Cassie be serious about anything, even her possession. Whenever she had to talk about her assignments, it's always been dismissive or in a joking way. You're caught so off guard that you almost miss the captain's addressing you. At ease, Lieutenant Commander. You and Cassie both lower your salutes and loosen your posture slightly. There's a slight pause, which you can tell is the captain sizing you up. This informal assessment lasts a little bit longer than you're comfortable with until the captain releases a heavy sigh. Welcome aboard, Lieutenant. I appreciate your prompt appearance. You'll have to forgive me for not coming to formally welcome you in the Gundog when you first boarded. The order to depart was an urgent one, and we needed to head out as soon as possible. We wouldn't have left without you, of course. We'd be given word that your transport was running late, and the system notified us that you were on board. So I made the decision to set sail as soon as we'd received you. Thinking about it, it was unusual that there hadn't been a formal onboarding process beyond the dock staff checking your ID and guiding you on the Gundog. You'd not realized in your rush, but now it was obvious. But it did make sense that if it was an urgent dispatch, the ship would have launched as soon as all of the crews were on board. Not a problem at all, ma'am. I apologize for the tardiness. There's another pause before she responds. You can't help but feel a little bit uncomfortable, unsure whether the captain is slowly deliberating something or engaging the conversation with as little energy as possible. Think nothing of it. These things happen. Anyway, Lieutenant, I'd like to take the opportunity to formally welcome you to the JFS Gundog. My name is Captain Maris Bartholomew. Bartholomews. Wow, Maris? Marys? Marys? I'm gonna call her Marys. Are you guys? Is the crew all cute girls? Yes? And so am I. Me. I'm also a cute girl. Attache. Me. Thank you for remembering for 16 months, Lappy Pappy So Modiste. Turning 38 in a few hours in case I doze off. The big 38! Happy birthday! Who darn? I got a new journal. Who darn do I have? My weapons, my musical instruments of choice. Yeah. Is that it? Is that it? Did I get it? No, that's also not it. Give me a second. Journal? Yeah, Snippy got it for me. Thank you. Journal. I gotta put this journal somewhere though. It's in my way. Over here. If everything falls, it's not my fault. Give me a sec. Yay! Happy birthday! Okay. We're all good. Ow! That was my shoulder. In case you heard that. Best automaton playing. Thank you. I practiced so many times already. Did you guys hear that? The pop? That was my shoulders. That was loud. Sorry, I was like kind of leaning over. Sorry. I run a tight as a ship as you'd expect, and I anticipate you carry out your duties at the same standards. Yes, ma'am. From experience, most onboarding procedures have involved greeting and speeches from the captain that have been ranged from serious to almost ceremonial. In comparison, Captain Bartholomew's introduction is almost lethargic. Mercy, you need a massage. You need a massage! But yeah, I need a massage. Your card, Lieutenant. Yes, ma'am. The items button will activate when you are able to use items that are in your inventory. In some cases, you will need to use an item to proceed, but in others, whether you use an item or not, it's up to you. When possible, select the item button to open the inventory, then select the item to use. To dismiss the inventory, select item button again. Your card, Lieutenant. She inspects it for a moment before taking it to a control panel near the captain's chair. You remain in position, not quite at ease, but not quite at attention. You watch as she enters some commands into the console and inserts your card into a slot. There's a whirring sound followed by a series of beeps before your card is ejected and the captain takes it back. By selecting the function, you can now access a map of the ship, allowing you to move from one location to another without visiting areas in between. If an event happens somewhere on the way, you will move to that location instead. You can also view your current objectives and other important information. To return, select the function button again. Task. Get familiar with the Gundog and her crew. Introduce yourself to all Gundog crew. Visit the armory. Collect your duty side on. Visit the bridge. Introduce yourself to the captain. Introduce yourself to the bridge office. Okay, this is cut off. Visit the airlock. Visit the... Okay, we're just gonna visit everything. Got it. With this, Lieutenant Poo-Poo, you now have access to all areas and authorities befitting the ship's security detail. Your responsibilities begin with immediate effect. And thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You're also now authorized to take an appropriate electroshock weapon from the armory. If you have any further questions, then you know where to find me. Dismissed. Meet the captain. Vanessa. Excuse me, Lieutenant. I'm currently on duty, so I would appreciate it if you did not disturb me. Lieutenant Lord! Lieutenant Poo-Poo is the ship's head security. Since I'm here, you can take the time to introduce yourself formally. Great! I've got this. See you in 5! So you're the security officer that Cassandra's been going on about? That's right, Lieutenant Pee-Pee Poo-Poo. Pleased to meet you. Well, I'm Vanessa Lord. I serve on the bridge as part of the operation. Cassandra's told me a lot about you. Is that right? What kind of... I'm disappointed that you're nowhere near as attractive as she's made you out to be. Excuse me, but my pompadour is awesome. Oh, is that right? I thought it was too good to be true that the same dashing officer would be transferred here at the last moment. Instead, we've got another lunk. Well, how was it that you even transferred here on such short notice? I was looking over your records earlier, and you were mid-assignment in the Duke. Why would they transfer you instead of... Well, hey, look at the time. I think your break's over, Lieutenant Commander Quinn. I think Vanessa needs to get back to her station. Of course. I hope this is the start of a productive working relationship between the two of you. Vanessa, I'll catch you up. I'll catch up with you later, okay? Alright. Look. With the exception of some physical controls, a ship the size of Gundog can be controlled entirely from the bridge. navigation, automated combat systems, security measures, you name it, can all be done with a few crew members in this room. The bridge is one of the few places on any ship where you can actually see out into space. My nose is so stuffed right now. Well, speaking of, McDonald's Canada has like this thing. Right now, I'm trying this strawberry Coke. It's also got like a cold foam on top. So it's quite luxurious. It's strawberry and Coke. I think it tastes nice. Like Coke with strawberry ice cream on top? No, it's like Coke with strawberry syrup mixed in. I think I remember seeing those drinks up in the menu, but I didn't try one yet. You should try one. There's one that's blue. It probably tastes like raspberry and blue. I've been buying strawberry and cherry Coke zero calorie Cokes at Costco. Super good. Oh, they have them at Costco, huh? I haven't been to Costco recently. I've just been getting Costco gas. Ooh, sounds interesting. We don't have this here, I think. Haha, Americans. Ha, you once again lose in the food wars. Actually, you don't lose in the food wars. You have very interesting food I can never try here. Some of which should probably be illegal. During combat, these windows are covered by blast shutters, and the bridge crew rely on sensors and small camera mounted on the ship's exterior. With the exception of some physical... Yeah. That's the captain's here, although the majority of the ship can be controlled by the operations staff. There's a few select system, and only the captain can authorize, and they're all done from that chair. You need a captain's clearance level to access them, though it's not like you can just sit down and activate them. Alright, let's move. I think I looked at everything. Yep, pretty much I looked at everything. Okay, move. Central hub. Move. Let's go to the F thoroughfare. As the two of you leave the central hub behind you and travel down the aft side thoroughfare, the hum of the engines continue to grow louder. You'd effectively filtered the noise out of the rest of the ship, but as you got closer to the rear, its volume increased considerably. Are the engines supposed to be that loud? Are the what? I said, are the engines supposed to be that loud? The what? I said, are the engines... I heard you the first time. I'm just messing with you. Belt. Welcome to the U.S. potato. Here's your complimentary cheeseburger and machine gun. Wait, who's got it? Never mind, I forgot half of you don't have, are not American. I forgot! Well, we specifically insult Americans here because I can. You could have fooled me. I've never been on a ship where the engines are so noticeable. Is that supposed to be like that? Supposed to? No, not really, but the Gundog is a swift class, a type of patrol ship that's designed for rapid response. They're made to cover large areas of space quickly and offer basic assistance to ships in distress. That are the first on the scene to gather intel and issue warnings if anyone comes too close to Jovian space. Which means, design-wise, they prioritize speed above everything else. I guess the best way to sum it up is that the Gundog is basically a huge set of engines with a tiny ship strapped to them. Well, that's reassuring. Oh, it's fine. It just means there's still space for systems like motion dampeners or soundproofing. You'll miss it when you leave. Okay, let's go to the armory. Let's get our stuff. American here. I still appreciate you, even though I poke fun of you. Like, poke. It's like, And I'm an annoying woodpecker. You swipe your key card through the card reader set into the terminal by the armory's door. There's a slight delay, but quickly enough, the terminal flashes the message, access granted. Then a door slides open. The first thing you notice about the armory is that the benches and lockers remind you of the changing rooms from the training center back in the military academy on Europa Colony. As you walk past them, you take a closer look at and realize that they're the same kind of benches used in the larger ships you've been stationed on, the ones with sports facilities and changing rooms on board. Instead of sports clothing and equipment, these lockers are filled with a selection of combat gear, from body armor or electroshock weapons to a variety of small and light weapons. You know, this is the first time I've ever actually been inside a ship's armory. That's not really surprising. It's only security detail that would have access. Even in a situation where a ship's expecting to encounter a boarding party, it's security's responsibility to distribute weaponry to the crew in advance. It's to ensure there's no panic and the crew don't get a hold of weaponry they're not trained to use. Huh. That's standard regulation. You should know that. Well, I remember from my firearm training was that I dropped my electroshock weapon and accidentally zapped one of the other girls from operations. Our trainer made me use a hand-cranked battery charger to recharge all the power packs as punishment. You must have taken forever. You bet! You should have seen my gun show afterwards. Pew pew! Which reminds me, the captain said I was authorized to collect my sidearm. I should get a while I'm here. Yeah, I will. There's no reason to use those now. They're a real pain to put back on. Okay, look. This lock container contains electroshock weapons. They're non-lethal and intended to be used for crew control in case of a mutiny or violence that breaks out for some reason. This locker contains a variety of small arms and light weapons. They're only for use against external hostile forces. Even then, their stopping power is relatively low because of the danger of using live rounds inside a ship. Okay, well, look, hold on. Oh, that's shiny. Benches. Okay, use this one. This is the weapons locker with the electroshock weapons, and I'm authorized to take one small weapon from here as part of my role as security officer. This one will do. Got an electroshock gun. What's that? It's just my standard issue duty weapon for my role as security officer. It fires a barbed projectile that contains a miniature battery. It's non-lethal, but more than enough to stop someone in their tracks. I see. Snowballs! Absolutely not. Oh, come on! Accessing a weapon locker sends an automatic alert to the bridge. Even if I wanted to examine the weaponry, I don't want to set up an alarm without telling anyone what I was doing. Okay, let's talk to her. So have you got to use any firearms? When you ask. Well, I know you're security, but you never tell me about anything exciting. I always imagine you facing down bad guys with some scary pistol the size of my forearm, saying cool lines like, "How many shots did I fire? I don't know myself, but the question is, do you feel lucky, bub?" You've been watching too many old movies. Aww. Not even once. Most of my job has been dealing with crew members who get a bit tetchy after being cooped up on a ship for far too long and start fights with each other. Even then, I tend to break things up and talk them down. Most of the time, no one even ends up in the brig. You've got to have done something more exciting than that. Well, I knew you were an exciting action hero. Tell me! So this one time, a pilot found out that someone on the maintenance team had been trying to hit on his girlfriend. He got so mad, he got to this armored frame and used it to corner the guy in the hangar. No way! He was threatening to turn the guy into paste. He made a real mess of some cargo containers. Because the hangars are a low gravity zone, I was able to make a jump from a gangway to the armored frame and then overrode the cockpit access from the outside. The pilot was too focused on this engineer to notice me.
Oh, a frame check! Did you use a cool line when the cockpit opened?
Pick on someone your own size or something like that? No way, I put 50,000 volts into the guy's shoulder the second I had a clear shot.
Aw, come on, you're no fun.
Okay, let's go to the central hub. Oh wait, no. Let's go to airlock.
And this is the main airlock. It's the main way to get on and off the ship when it's docked.
Thanks, but I've already been here.
Oh, really? When?
Actually, I think I'm confusing it with somewhere else. What else can you tell me?
Well, it's got one of the best views on the ship for one thing.
You look around. I can't see any windows. You wouldn't expect to on a military...
Thank you for the 10...
Not super. Sorry. Oh my gosh. I'm saying things wrong.
For the 10 membies. Gifted membies. Nice gifties.
I love the design of Gundog. It's very functional ship. Do you think that Cassandra and Peepoo Poopoo are a functional ship?
Nice gifties, membies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That too, yes.
You look around to see any windows you wouldn't expect to on a military vessel, or an inclusion like that could compromise the structure.
Here? Really?
Yeah, really. Check it out.
Cassandra strides over to the terminal set to the wall next to the airlock hatch and quickly begins typing commands into it. You hear a sequence of beeps and she stands back, gesturing proudly to the screen.
Not too bad, huh?
You look at the screen, but all you can see is dark display with a few errant pixels suspended to it. Is this working?
Of course it's working, look! Nice gifties! Thank you again, Jonathan Summers, for 10 gifted membies! Wow, 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 wow! You stare a little harder at the screen, and although it takes you a moment, you eventually realize
that's an external feed.
That's right! Normally you can only see out of the Gundog from either the bridge or the hangar, but the ship's covered in small cameras for combat situations. You can access the feed from the terminals around the ship.
That's actually pretty cool. But isn't the view from the bridge or the hangar better, you know, because you're actually looking out?
Nice, so many gifties. Thank you, I appreciate it. Well, maybe, but there's always someone else around. You never get the view of yourself. No one's ever come here and it's so quiet. It's almost like you're out there.
I guess I can see what you mean. It's pretty quiet out this way, and with a fancy screen like that, it's basically the real view.
I knew you'd understand. I'll add the command to your terminal access. That way you can come out here and see the stars whenever you want.
Thanks. Okay, let's see what else she says. So, come out to the airlock a lot?
Define a lot.
More than once for coming on board and once for departing.
There's nothing wrong with hanging out in the airlock. Sometimes you just need a bit of personal space. On a small ship like this, it's the only place you can really get some time to yourself. Even on a big ship like the Reliant, there's not many places you can get away from everyone. I just find it really relaxing to know that I'm close to being out in space, away from everything, everyone. Sometimes it feels like I was made to be out there, not cooped up in here.
I didn't know you enjoyed that part of space. For most people, looking out into the expanse for too long triggers a kind of existential dread. I knew a guy in another ship that couldn't bear to look out into space. He started getting the jitters whenever he did. Sometimes if he got drunk on duty, he'd start saying all kinds of weird stuff about how humanity's souls were never meant to be unbound from gravity.
I don't know, it's just like there's something out there that coulds calling me, you know? Well, that's until I'm late for my shift, and the captain sends out the ship ride message telling me to haul ass to the bridge. Then I know there's something calling me.
Interesting. That's pretty... That's a lot. Okay. Okay, let's look. This is the main crew airlock for crew's use. It's used to load and offload basic supplies and equipment. Everything else is brought in through the hangar airlock. The spacesuits are for emergencies only. Every crew member has an assigned suit that's stored near their main station. These suits store here in case of evacuation when those stations are inaccessible. Underneath the panel is the manual control for the external airlock hatch just in case of mechanical or power failure. I've had to open one as part of a drill before, and it's not easy. Aside from the fact that it controls the airlock, the terminal just like any other. Although with the silence, I suppose this one's good for getting a relaxing view of stars. I think that's it, yeah. Okay, move. Center hub. Move. Okay, sick bay. The elevator door hisses open and you both step out into the wide open room. You're immediately struck by the... Oops! Sorry, I hit you guys. By the glare of the high-powered lights that are set into the ceiling, and just as you regain your vision, the powerful aroma of a clinical disinfectant burns your nostrils. My nostrils! Looking around, you see the standard features of a sick bay. A set of beds that extrude from the walls on one side, and a large gallery window set into the wall on the other, indicating the presence of a surgery wing. The walls are lined with cupboards and cabinets containing medical supplies, and various devices sit on countertops. In the middle of the room is a large desk to face the entrance. Oh, good feng shui. On the side closest to you are two chairs, and on the other sits a figure that you almost mistake for a piece of medical equipment until you look up. Miss Quinn, excellent timing. I've just finished the analysis of your...
Hey, Doc! Don't worry about that right now. I'm giving a tour to our new security officer.
Very good, Miss Quinn. Hello, Lieutenant Poo-Poo. I'm the ship's doctor. Safer Rosarium. Okay, Safer. I reviewed your file already, so please feel free to stop with any complaints. But since you're here, Miss Quinn, I'd really like to talk to you about your gastro.
Honestly, Doctor, it's fine. We can talk about it.
Intestinal.
Doctor, later!
Distress.
Okay, Doctor, a moment, please. Honey, if you could just give me a few minutes with the doctor.
Yeah, no problem. Cassandra grabs the doctor by his sleeve and drags him over to the surgery wing, yanking him through behind her. Once the door closes, you can't hear them, but you can still see the two through the gallery window. You decide to turn your attention away and examine a nearby poster on space illnesses.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. I understand.
So that includes any synthetic meats or carbohydrates.
Understood!
But as I explained, I've got a full supply of NutriShakes powders that should serve as a balanced replacement for the meals from the food vendor and should alleviate your...
Doctor!
tummy troubles.
She's got glasses. She's farting.
Oh, Lieutenant, are you feeling unwell? No, I'm just feeling fine. Have you come to pick up any medication? No, I'm actually alright, thanks. Have you come in for a precautionary checkup? No, nothing like that. Then are you here to ask about my mechanical elements?
What? No, of course not.
Oh, well, in that case, Lieutenant Poo-Poo, I'm not sure I can help you today.
Don't worry about it.
So, I swear, you're not one for patient-doctor confidentiality?
That man is like a laser beam. He gets straight to whatever task is in front of him, with no time for things like common courtesy besides manner of privacy.
Yeah, I got that impression.
The worst part is that after all of that, he tells me I'm allergic to synthetic elements they use in the mess hall's food vendor. And you will believe I'm on a Nutri-Shake diet between now and when we return to port?
I thought those ingredients were supposed to be hypoallergenic. No animal products suitable for everyone?
I know, but the doctor's saying it's a rare condition that means I react to one of the components they use in production.
Don't look at me, I relate. Don't look at me, I relate. So no more hamburgers for you.
That's one silver lining.
What's that?
The vending machines use real ingredients. Chocolate and chips are still on the menu.
An important part of any balanced diet. Okay.
Look around.
Those beds are for patients who need to stay in sick bay for whatever reason. All monitors behind them are to display patients' vital statistics. It's rare you see one used. All those cupboards and cabinets are jam-packed with different medical supplies, tools, nutritional supplements, and so on. Guess it's good to have it all on hand. Excuse me. The portion of the sick bay is separated off for surgical procedures. It has its own separate environmental controls, and is completely sealed off from the rest of the ship when in use. It also contains robotic assistant units. It's state-of-the-art. You never want to end up in there.
Okay, I think we're all good. Beep, 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 beep.
Moob.
Okay, Moop. Where did we go yet?
We haven't gone through
this part?
Engineering. We haven't been to engineering yet. As the two of you continue through the aft thoroughfare, the thrum of the engines grow louder still. The featureless paneling that has made up the majority of this ship's interior quickly gives way to visible pipes and conduits, and eventually the smooth flowing transitions to a grating, revealing more workings and underfoot. Finally, the thoroughfare leads to one huge open chamber filled with masses of machinery. Terminal panels set into the side of various apparatus cycle through different readings, the light from the screens reflected off ducts and valves. All this equipment is separated by a grid of catwalks and access ladders. Wow, that's a lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff is right. This is the central engineering. Pretty much every system aside from the engines themselves and a central computer can be found in this room.
All in one place? Isn't that a little risky?
Well, a Swift-class ship relies on an absolutely minimal crew. The Gundog only has 2 engineers. I think they figured it'd be easier on them if everything that was important was kept in one place. That way, you don't have to run from one end of the ship to another to get all the repairs done if something goes wrong.
Huh, you certainly know a lot about ship engineering.
What can I say? I'm a pretty talented individual.
Yeah? While else we're here, Here, you can share some of that knowledge. What's over there?
That's the Pholenic Conversion Unit.
And what's that?
That's the omnifaceted Wayne Shaft.
What about that?
That's the Turbo Encabulator.
Every day's a school day.
I'm head of operations, not chief engineer, okay? I don't need to know what.
Hey, no one better be screwing around up there. You both jump as the stern voice barks at you from below. Looking down, you see through the grating that there's another catwalk situated below the one you stood on, with a crew member moving at speed toward the ladder that joins the two walkways. I swear if I find so much as a single terminal readout out of place, I'm stuffing the two of you into the organics processing system. If I have to retrieve one more pen from behind the compressor... Crew member continues to grumble as they ascend. Quinn, you better not be here to tell me that your favorite pen has somehow fallen to the system's block again.
No, Chief, got it right here.
Damn straight you do. Now make sure you hang on to that one, or you're going to need someone to pull you out of the system block instead. And who's this? Our wayward security officer? You got a name there? You quickly throw a sharp salute at the woman in front of you without even checking her rank first. Not only does she loom over you physically, but you quickly pick up on a force of personality that feels like it adds an extra 6 inches to her considerable stature. Lieutenant Poo Poo! Security. Sorry, I always laugh at that. Lieutenant Poo Poo, security officer for the JFS gun dog, ma'am. Stop looking. Stop looking. Hey, hey, hey. Eyes on Mercy Modiste here. Hello, Mercy Modiste. Hello, right here. Mercy Modiste. Stop looking. Okay, we're good. Less of that man business, poo-poo. Name's Mackenzie Cathays. Chief engineer, but that's chief to you. Yes, chief. Damn straight. Now, what are the two of you doing here in engineering?
I was just giving Lieutenant Poo Poo a tour of the ship, Chief.
That's so. Never been on a ship before, Lieutenant? First assignment? Never on a Swift class, Chief. I've only served on strike or supply classes to date. That's so. Which strike vessels? The JFS Victory and JFS Thunderbolts, Chief. Victory and Thunderbolt, huh? Don't think either of those are less than 3 years old, so probably wouldn't have seen much the new streamlined distribution systems. I wonder if you would have seen the power coils, though I think the Victory was part of that production. You and Cassandra exchange a quick nervous glance as the chief, who previously seemed like she was about to physically throw both of you out of the engineering, suddenly begins a conversation with herself. You continue to stand to a nervous attention as she ruminates about ship components. Chief, is there anything I can help? Is there anything I can help you about those ships? Oh, huh? Lieutenants, didn't realize you were still here. No, you're off the hook, Poo-Poo. Not unless you can tell me whether the Victory was outfitted with a 3rd generation B-Pack upgrades anyway. Sorry, Chief, don't think I could. Wonder if that's because the retrofitting takes into account space availability in the ship's interior for minimal traversal impact, although maybe it could be that it takes.
I think now would be a good time for us to move on.
Good idea.
Well then, that's all, Chief. We'll be going now.
Oh yeah, sure. Just don't let me catch you screwing around here again. Okay. Look. There's so much going on here that I've got no idea about what anything is. There could be a waste... this could be a waste processing unit for... Or it could be life support. Ah, sorry, Chief. What was that? This unit's part of the life support system. To be exact, this part of the assessment center of source. It continuously samples the atmosphere on board the ship to ensure that it's at an optimal level to keep us all alive.
Oh, huh.
That door leads to central computer room. It contains the ship's mainframe. That's all the ship's terminal are connected to. It also runs the majority of the ship's hardware. There's primary access terminal located there too, but gives access that no other terminal on the ship offers. But for security only, the captain has use of it. Great, thanks for the heads up, Chief. There's so much machinery here. What if Cassie says is true and all of the ship's systems are packed in here? Could be anything. Certainly giving off a lot of heat, though. That's the power distribution module. Oh, Chief, it's you. What is it? the power distribution module. We're situated above the Gundog's main reactor, and this is the system which distributes the power to all the ship's various systems. Oh, is that... right.
That door leads to one of the ships.
Engines room. There's another engine room in the other side of the ship. It's not exactly an efficient layout, so when you're running tests on our system, but that's what they thought would work best in terms of keeping it swift compact. Oh, thanks, Chief.
Yeah!
Central computer. You swipe your key card through the card reader, set to the terminal by the door leading to the central computer. The door doesn't open. Instead, you hear a harsh tone from the terminal, which is now displaying an error message. Again, the screen, you see a message display in large flashing letters. Access denied. Insufficient authority.
Oh, even with your security clearance, you won't be able to go to the main computer room. Because the staff is so small, the ship's computer handles a lot of tasks that would normally be done by the crew. It controls a lot of really sensitive functions, so only the captain and operations teams are allowed to access.
Oh, I don't think any of the other ships I've been have a computer system like this.
The bigger ships usually have their computer being distributed amongst multiple systems across the ship. But because they've also got larger crews, there's more that the people on board are responsible for. I think that's because a Swift class is so small and there's such a limited crew, they need to assign more functionality to the computers. Because of that, there's a lot of more vitals that no one screws around with.
I see. You said that operation have access. Can we take a look using your authority?
Well, the whole reason I'm here is that I didn't exactly take my responsibility with the Reliant computer system seriously. The captains told me not to mess around with it.
Are we poor?
No, we're fine. Probably. Wow, my voice
cracked.
But it's not that interesting anyway. Okay, let's move.
Are we here? The two of you watch from around the corner as Chief Cathays, continue to mutter to herself, paces back and forth, checking terminal readabouts and various displays. Eventually, she heads down the ladder that she's climbed to confront you. Now out of sight, Cassandra darts towards the engine room, gesturing you over. Checking over your shoulder in case the Chief has reappeared to make you make your way to her just in time for the doorway to the engine room to open and Cassandra to disappear inside. We can raise an objection. Well, it's better than staying here with the Chief. Ooh. You need an audio pack with a voice crack. Please no! Please no, that's so weird! The room you find yourself in is similar size to the area you just left, but whilst it was crammed full of a huge range of machinery, this room is almost entirely filled with one colossal cylindrical device. The pulse of the engine is now a tangible sensation as the vibrations it emits shakes your whole body. So this is the main engine. Well, one of the many. What? So this is the main engine. Well, one of them anyway. Like Chief said, the ship's outfitted with two of these. I see what you meant now that you said the Gundog's a huge set of engines with a ship strapped to them. That thing's massive. I know. I look at it and I feel like this could possibly fit the rest of the ship in this room if the engine weren't there. That's because it's impossible to get Higgs field distortion to drive any smaller. Ah, Chief! Oh, Chief, I know you said that. So these engines are actually combination nuclear pulse engines built around a Higgs field distortion drive. If the HFDD wasn't here, then this engine could be about 10 times smaller than it is. Although, I hear they managed to improve the efficiency of the newer NPEs, so it's possible that the space saving could be more like 11 times smaller. Can either of you tell me how an HFDD works?
HFDD?
Is it Higgs or Wiggs? I can't tell now. Oh no. Higgs! Field distortion drive. What are they teaching you in Academy? It's the drive that allows ships to move far beyond the speed allowed by conventional engines. Although it's nowhere near faster than light. Wiggs. Higgs. Answer answers. Two different answers. Hold on. It's what lets us get around the solar system without needing to worry whether we'll live long enough to see the end of the journey. Anyway, everyone knows about the existence of the Higgs field. I think it's Higgs. Higgs field is the thing that makes particle have mass. Yay! Thank you. Higgs field, it's what allows interaction with the Higgs boson that gives particles their mass. All right, wait, that's what you just said. All right, so what the drive does is warp the field relative to the ship and those on board. By doing this, it displaces the mass to a different area of space, but within the same relative. As the chief continues with her explanation, you glance at Cassandra, and you see a thinly veiled look of terror on her face. Can't blame her, as you feel much the same way caught in this impromptu lecture. Bolson. Okay. Then, because the particles retain their relationship with each other, and general perception is that things are the same as normal. However, from an exterior perspective, the lecture drags on and you quickly lose track of the chief's explanation. Although you recognize the words she's saying, you can no longer make sense of the context, and they come to seem like a meaningless string of sound. Does that make sense? Yeah, so the field is it's got the mass, which is, pushed? No! How to put it? Okay, so you imagine the space is a ketchup package, and you're the sauce. The sauce? Right, the sauce. Now, what the distortion drive does, it's like the thumb on the universe of the packet. And moves the sauce around by changing the shape of the packet to push the sauce. The packet is the universe, where the thumb is a... Thumb? Wait, the thumb is thumb. You got it! You quickly glance back to Cassandra and meet her eyes as she's doing the same thing. You know for certain that neither of you got it. And that's why these engines have to be so big, to house that drive. Oh, that makes sense now. I see it then. Yes, definitely. Great! Well, now that you appreciate the science behind it, I won't have to throw you out of here. Thanks, Chief. Anytime, just remember, Lieutenant. Yes, Chief? Screw with anything and I'll throw you out in the airlock instead. Yes, Chief! Sauce? One of the ship's two engines. Apparently, it's that big because it's a combination of standard nuclear pulse engine and a Higgs field distortion drive. I think I almost lost consciousness when the chief was explaining it to me. I think that's it. Okay, move. App. I think we went through everything. Side thoroughfare. As you head away from the central hub, and noise from the engines become quieter, and the ambient temperature feels noticeably cooler. The thoroughfare stretches out in front of you, with a doorway leading to other areas and ships visible in the distance. And here we are in the Portfield thoroughfare. I know, I went to my quarters earlier when I came aboard. What did you say? Side thoroughfare. No, I don't think you did. Why, 100% said side fur-fair. Aha! It's a tricky thing to say. You try saying it quickly. Side thoroughfare. Side thoroughfare. Side fur-fair. Aha! Yourself! Look how this is draw, Lieutenant. There's the hangar. The ship's hangar. I wonder if there's even anyone there right now. It's a crew this small. Well, let's move to... Oh, that's a lot of places. F nerd woman, why big muscle? Why not? She big muscle because she nerd woman. No wonder we got to date her. So, your quarters are down this way, huh? That's right, why?
I was wondering where'd you be on a Swift class. There's 2 different quarters sections. One has all the department chiefs, while the other has the crew that works within those departments. Since you're the only security officer on board, I was wondering if you'd count as department head or not.
Well, I guess I don't. I'm just loving it.
Oh, that's not what I mean.
I'm messing with you. Don't worry about it. The head of security is typically under the captain's instructions anyway, so it makes sense that my quarters are down this way.
I guess so, when you put it like that. So have you met any of your neighbors yet?
Well, let's see. No. Use. I don't think I was just going to go in there. That would be a good idea. Look. Hanson Cruz. Yeah, I know this guy.
Oh, you met him already?
No, on Gundog. I knew him back on the Calic.
Oh, is he the guy you've told me about?
That's right. Not what you call my biggest fan.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry.
Haru Rumne. Nope, haven't met them either.
Haven't spent much time with Haru. They're the second AF pilot on board the Gundog. As far as I know, they're a pretty good pilot, but that's only from what they say, so I can't say for sure if it's true or not.
I like how Mercy doesn't even need to voice act Cassandra because they're one and the same. Why are you what is this what you think of me?
Like, Harry spends all the time hanging out with Hanson, and the 2 of them swagger around like they own the place. Spends a lot of time with Hanson, huh?
Spends a lot of time with Hanson, huh? Guess that tells me something. Dafton Grange. Haven't run into him yet.
Dafton's such a sweetie!
Is that right?
Yeah! He's a junior engineer. He's actually just a student working towards his degree in naval engineering on a JCF scholarship, so he's really eager to please. You can watch him bounce around the hangar like a pinball, trying to do everything the chief tells him to do done as quickly as possible.
Sounds like he's a little bit highly strung.
You bet! He's right at the start of his training, so jump the second you tell him to. You can go in the hangar and shout Dalton, and he's there in a second. The other day, the chief told him to find her a left-handed wrench, and he was tearing the hangar apart trying to find one.
Poor kid.
Oh, he's okay. The chief was only busting his chops.
Dylan D's nuts. No, haven't met him yet. He's the ship's gunner. Bit of a weird guy. You're more likely to find him in fire control than you will ever will in his quarters. Oh yeah?
Yeah.
He brought tons of cassettes, not cigarettes, sorry. He brought tons of cassettes with him on day or night. You find him listening to one after the other. He's always staring out into space or air drumming along. Doesn't really talk to anyone. At least he's always at his post. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's look. Oops, not look. Move to quarter 2.
And this is the second set of crew quarters, where the operations staff, that's me, and Vanessa, the department head, and the captain have their quarters.
True Mercy's on stream right now, shut up. Does that mean snippets have pompadours? You can have a pompadour if you want. Cassandra does act like a VTuber. Well, excuse me. Makes sense.
Of course, it's obvious why'd you come this way so soon after finding out I was part of the crew.
What do you mean?
Wait!
Hey, I'm not doing it right now, you know?
I know, and despite that, you've let your libido guide you to my quarters, you animal! Wait, we're in! Let's maybe save that for later, okay? You tease!
Dr. Rosarium's room. You know, I bet he's not been in there since he's boarded. Mackenzie's, that is Chief's room. She seemed pretty committed to the job. I bet she doesn't spend much time here. Nameplate reads Cassandra Quinn. I don't really need an explanation on whose room that belongs to. Vanessa's room. I get the impression that someone like her keeps an inspection level at all times. Okay, cool. The captain's quarters sit at the end of the corridor, differentiated from the other doors in the corridor. Stop saying corridor and door! I hate that! By the small insignia that sits above the nameplate. Like the others in the corridor. Enough! 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 No more corridors! Okay? I'm tired of saying corridor! It displays the occupant's name. In this case, Captain Maris Bartholomew. Even in your role as security officer, there's a few rooms on the ship that you don't have access to. The captain's quarters is one of them. There's nothing for you here right now, so you turn back.
Oh, by the way, if you ever want access to my quarters, the password for the lock is 0211. It's pretty much the same pass I use for everything.
0211, got it.
Oh, that's right. It's...
What?
You didn't think I'd forget, did you? Hey, good job. Oh, what did I click? I accidentally clicked something that I didn't realize I had to click. Oh, wait. Before you go in, can you give me a few minutes just to tidy up the place? I was kind of late for my duty shift this morning, so it's kind of a mess. Let me put some stuff away, okay?
Yeah, sure. I accidentally clicked too fast, but we got the right answer.
Keeping herself between you and the entrance to her room, Cassandra opens the door using the control panel to its right. It opens swiftly. As it opens, she swiftly steps through, and before it even closes all the way, closes it again using the panel on her side of the entrance. The entire time she obstructs your view of her quarters. Thanks, I won't be long, promise!
A few minutes later.
A few minutes pass, and you continue to stand gingerly outside of Casey's quarters. You hear the occasional footsteps coming from the foreside thoroughfare, but they all move on to other parts of the ship.
Thankfully, no one stopped by to ask why security is lurking outside one of operations officer's quarters. Hey, Cassie. You give the door a gentle knock, leaning against the wall, continuing to remain on the lookout for anyone who may have questions about what you're doing out there. How's it going in there?
Oh yeah, almost done. Just give me a minute to get this sorted out and...
The last pause is followed by a loud bang and the sound of a small cascade of various objects onto the floor.
Okay, maybe a few more minutes.
You sigh and step back from the door. If anyone asks, you can always tell them that you're doing spot checks for contraband or something similar.
Done, come in.
This looks like my room. I'm seeing a lot of similarities.
Isn't that how your room looks? Shut up. Welcome, make yourself at...
This is pretty tidy. As you step through the door frame, the toe of your boot catches on the discarded pair of leggings, which are held in place by the other foot. You begin to fall over. You reach out to catch onto something to stop yourself. Unfortunately, the chair you reached out for has a uniform thrown over the backrest, which slips as you grab it, bringing both the chair and the assortment of cosmetics on the seat, clattering down on the floor with you. She even flirts the same way. They just watched me and decided, yeah, we're gonna make this based off of Mercy Modiste.
No, Pee-Pee, are you okay? I'm sorry, I thought...
Gassy.
Yes?
I I thought you said you were tidying this place.
I was.
Then why did I just get brained by falling hairdryer?
There was a system.
You get back to your feet, right the chair as Casey quickly grabs the assorted bottles and tubes that fell down with you, placing them randomly back on any nearby surface. You almost launch into a speech about securely stowing possessions in case of high-speed maneuvers, but you stop yourself. Doesn't the captain ever carry out spot checks or surprise inspections?
No, it's great. From what I heard, her quarters are worse state than mine.
Is that right?
Oh.
I feel like calling you PP even in private is disrespectful to Lieutenant Poo Poo.
What do you mean? This girl and you are actually dating, like real like dating in-game canon.
Well, I'm gonna look at everything now. Casey's bed currently appears to be acting as a makeshift wardrobe. Does she move all these clothes before she goes to sleep, or do they act like extra sheets? How does she even have this much clothing on board anyways?
Yeah, you just move them.
Are those printed photographs?
Aren't those cool? They're from our first date at the Europe amusement park. I took my Pixie Cam straight to a specialist printer the next day and got copies made. I even wrote the date on the back so I'd never forget our anniversary.
Cute. That's us! Pee pee poo poo. Why do we look so cool? We look way better than I thought. Wow, I never knew you were that sentimental.
I knew I was on to a good thing when you held my hair back so I could barf mid-roller coaster ride. You don't meet many people that considerate when you're dating within the forces, let me tell you.
So snippets, you'd hold my hair back while I barf, right? Yeah, now I think about it, that wasn't the most romantic date I've been on.
You still called me back up for a second date, though.
I guess I must have been really pretty desperate.
Hey!
Joking, joking. Like everything else in this room, this terminal appears to be in use as an extra storage space. Even the chair is covered in stuff. Since Cassie's in operations, you'd think she'd make more out of her terminal than anyone else on board, but I can't see how she uses it like this. Well, it's fine. It's cute, right? Next time, I'll keep my wits about me for any inadvertent booby traps before I come in. Oh well. So, how are you finding Gundog so far? Enjoying the tour? The ship's pretty much the same as every other one I've been stationed on. The tour is first class, though. Maybe if working on naval operations doesn't work out, you could start your own business as a tour guide back in your colony.
You think so?
Definitely. You have all the insider knowledge already, and you've only been stationed here a few days. Imagine all the insider knowledge you could share about your colony.
Yeah, you're right. And over here we have the statue of the workers who built the colony. If you sneak around the back, you can get the inside plinth and hide from colony security if they catch you and your friends hanging out in the park after it's shut.
Then again,
you don't think that's the kind of people would want to know?
You don't think that's the kind of thing people would want to know? Maybe a bit more about the workers first. Anyway. Okay. I have so many things. I can't even be upset with her because she has no storage here. I know, right?
My nose.
You need 2 people to do this. To do what? How are you finding Gundog so far? So you've been in the ship for a few days now. How are you finding it?
Well, it's not too bad. Obviously, it's not like being stationed on the Reliant. It's a whole lot smaller and way less people. But there's also a lot less to do, so you get much more free time. Captain Bartholomew's is pretty lax compared to Captain Singh. But then I get the impression that this whole crew is a bunch of burnouts.
What?
Except for us! Except for us! I obviously didn't mean that about you!
How do you feel about being transferred from the Reliant? So about your transfer from the Reliant.
I know! We don't need to have to make this conversation. I already had it from Captain Singh in my dismissal. And from one of the senior resources officer.
You're wasting your potential. You would have made an excellent captain if you took your duties seriously. Your academy records were excellent. I wasn't going to give you the speech,
One of the only good things about not having parents is that I don't have to hear it from them too. What?
Hey, Cassie!
And it's the absolute worst hearing it from you because I know that out of everyone, you're probably the only person that really cares.
I wasn't going to give you the big speech about it. I figured you'd already had it from everyone else. I just wanted to make sure you were okay.
Stop making fun of me!
I figured you were feeling worse than you let on. It's going to be okay, you know. A ship like this isn't the worst place to be for a while. And if things don't work out, okay, you can just put in for a transfer back to a bigger ship. The JCF is still building up its navy, so there's loads of opportunities. And if that doesn't work out, there's still your career as a tour guide back on Europa.
Yeah, you know it. I'd probably make a better tour guide than a ship operator anyways.
I think you'd be great at whatever you decide to do, and whatever it is, I'll be here to support you through it. Cassie?
Ah, you're so cheesy sometimes! Hey! Ah, come here!
Why is she like this? So what do you want to do when we've got some shore leave? So now that we're on the same ship, our shore leave will line up. You have anywhere you want to go? Anywhere you want to do?
Need someone like PP in my life to unconditionally support me. Do you guys unconditionally support me? Mercy, you fiend! What do you mean, you fiend? I hadn't thought about it, but I guess that means we'll be able to go to a lot more dates now. Oh, I know. Did you hear about that new colony they've added to the Europa cluster? It's got an ultra-efficient water handling plant, and the planners have included water park. We should go as soon as it opens.
A water park? What's that?
You've never heard of a water park?
Never.
They're one of the coolest new features on the new colonies they're building. They're like lots of big swimming pools with slides and rivers and all sorts. All the e-magazines say that they're going to be the coolest thing to do on the colonies once they're open. I actually been to one water park before. In Vietnam. No, wait, not Vietnam. Thailand.
It was really fun, actually. I had a lot of fun.
I love to see you thrive.
You mean it?
Yay! Unconditionally, you guys support me. Even if I'm stuffed up and I can't smell anything anymore, my nose is all plugged.
Ugh, it suddenly got really, really stuffy. Pools and slides and pools.
But, like, really exciting!
Oh, okay, I guess when we're docked, I'll see if I can book us some tickets.
Awesome!
Okay, let's move out. Let's go into...
Mercy, I think you'd be great at whatever you decide to do, and whatever that is, me and the other snippets. Be here to support you through it.
Yay! Yippee! Yippee! Yay! That makes me happy. Now you say it. Okay, say that then. Okay, now I say it. Snippets. I think you'd be great at whatever you decide to do, and whatever that is, me and the other snippets will be there to support you through it. My LCD won't let me enjoy water parks without thinking of all those unscrubbed belly buttons contaminating the water. You mean it? Of course. Unless it actually negatively affects you. Like if you decide to do something, like take up smoking, I would not support it. I was looking for "You're so cheesy!" Saying After all, I should smoke you myself. Fire control. Moving beyond the mess hall and the hangar access, the two of you continue to the furthest end of the foreside for thoroughfare. The door at the very end of the corridor is shut. The words "Fire Control" painted on it in large, stenciled letters. Cassandra swipes her keycard through the reader by the door before turning to you. So, this is the fire control. The gunner's probably here, but, well, you'll see. That's pretty cryptic. As you follow Cassandra through the doorway, your eyes take a moment to adjust to the strip lighting that illuminates the rest of the ship is now conspicuously absent. Instead, the entire room is lit by the phosphorescent glow of an alcove full of screens and readouts. Looking at the screens, each one seemed to not be showing much more than a few specks on a black background. From experience, though, you know that what you are looking at is a live feed from cameras all over the ship's exterior. In the center is this alcove. Facing away from you is a seat like the ones on the bridge. From this angle, it's impossible to tell if there's anyone in it, but you notice a tinny rhythmic hiss coming from it. So anyway, all of the ship's weapons systems are controlled from here. These screens give their gunner a panoramic view of... Is the gunner here right now? You look over Cassandra's shoulder at the back of the seat. You swear you see a quick flicker of movement, but you can't be sure it's not just a flash of readout reflecting off a surface. Oh, Dylan, yeah, he's here. Should we say hello? Well, normally I would, but... Cassandra leans back slowly as if trying to surreptitiously sneak a peek at what's going on the other side of the chair without it noticing her. She quickly turns back to you after a moment's pause. He just looks so in the zone, you know? It seems a shame to interrupt him. Interrupt what? Cassandra leans back again, and after a moment, quietly gestures for you to come take a look. Sat in the chair is a man who looks a little bit older than you. What? A little bit older than us? Really? Bro looks like he's 16, right? I was like, he looks like he's like freaking 12. What are you talking about? His eyes are closed and his face a picture of absolute serenity. Serenity mention! is this fetus on my screen? Ayo, bestie mention. Over his ear is possibly the single largest pair of headphones you've ever seen your entire life. As he sits there, oblivious to your presence, his right leg bounces up and down and his wrists flick constantly. You wonder for a moment if he's okay before spying a cassette player poking out of his jacket pocket. You realize that the hiss you hear is the slightest whisper of the music that he's listening to, escaping from those substantial headphones. Is this okay? Shouldn't he be a little bit more attentive? Don't worry, he's fine. He's not even on duty. Yeah, but what if there's an alert? Let's find out! Cassandra moves over to a panel just before the monitor-laden alcove, takes a receiver off the wall, and enters a few numbers into the keypad. Hi, Vanessa. Yeah, it's Cassie. Can we test the alert system in fire control? No, I know it's not scheduled. It's a spot check. Yeah, random testing, you know, Chief's order. Of course, she asked. Why would I be asking for a spot test of the alert in fire control if Chief didn't ask? You're a darling. Thanks. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Loud! In an instant, you see the figure in the chair bolt upright, yank his headphone off, and lay his hand on the fire control system, his head snapping back and forth as he rapidly surveys the wall's monitors. False alarm. This looks like a kid! How is he looking older than you? Hey, Dylan. Don't mind us. Just had to do a spot check on the alarm system. Chief's orders. Oh, hey, Quinn. No problem. Who's this? Lieutenant Pee Pee Poo Poo. Ship security. Listening to ASMR? Sounded like some kind of like music. But he's supposed to be like 32, I think. What? Oh, hey. Warrant Officer Dylan Dees. Nuts! We can't just name him Dylan Dees. $23. Gunner, welcome aboard. Thanks. Well, let me know if you guys need anything. That alert totally got in the way of an awesome solo. I'm going to rewind and pick up where I left off. Good to meet you. Warrant Officer D's. Nuts. Warrant Officer D's. Dylan! Oh, hey, Lieutenant. How's it going? Not bad, thanks. I was wondering if you could explain the control system here to me. It doesn't look anything like I've seen before. Huh. Oh, yeah. If you've not been on a small ship like the Gundog, it probably does look weird. Bigger ships have more crew spare, so they can have old-fashioned turret operators. A ship like this, where there's only one dude flying solo, the whole system's optimized to let them run the entire weapon system alone. Each one of these trackballs link up with a different weapon system, which is represented by a reticle shown on screen. By rolling the balls, I can move the targeting reticles from... Reticles? It's probably reticles, right? From screen to screen and fire. All I need to do is point and click. I love that! This is a job for me, too. That's pretty clever. Only works so well because we've got the computer doing most of the heavy lifting. On bigger ships, the gunner have a lot more physical control. On a ship like this, it's more like playing a really intense video game. I never really liked those spaceship video games. I'd rather play a racing game or something instead. Not too bad now that the war's over. We're not shooting anyone anytime soon. So I get to spend all my time here listening to music and staring out into space. Pretty much perfect. Listening to anything good? Yeah, a real classic. A real classic album right now. Ever heard of Trish and the Replicants? No, sorry. Come by later, I'll lend you a cassette. It's pretty good for an old band. Thanks for the offer. Nice. Okay, more. Let's go to the hangar. The two of you head down the four-side thoroughfare and away from the crew quarters. Cassie stops by a double-sized doorway and runs her keycard through the reader next to it.
Watch your step.
She instructs, tapping her knuckles on a large warning sign next to the door that reads Low Gravity Zone. Once inside, the door opens, she heads through, and you follow her into a wide stairway. It only takes 2 sets of steps before you can feel yourself growing lighter. By the time you reach the doorway at the bottom, you're almost floating.
Nice. Look at that.
Ooh, cool. Stepping into the hangar and onto the catwalk, the first thing that strikes you are the profiles of the 2 armored frames, stood as if on guard, facing into the main area of the hangar. Although you fully expected to see them here, every Jovian ship features at least a few. The sight of the armored frames stir uncomfortable memories in you, and you inadvertently grit your teeth and squeeze the handrail you've grabbed tightly.
Ma'am, they're firing on us. There's so many of them. Oh God, ma'am, help!
The line of retreat's totally cut off. We can't get back to the ship, ma'am. What do we do? What do we do? Stop panicking and form up. 3 on 4 on me. We're going to punch a hole in the formation and...
Signal lost. Hey, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I think just the change in gravity level left me a little bit queasy.
I know how you feel. I was late for a hangar audit once and rushed down straight after a big lunch. I was moving so fast that with the gravity shift, my stomach contents couldn't keep up.
Gross.
Tell me about it. I did everything I could to keep my mouth shut. You know the rule for low gravity zones. What you spew is left up to you. I wasn't going to be late on cleanup duty. Speaking of duties, shouldn't there be someone around here? Dalton should be around here somewhere if you're feeling funny. Stay here for a moment, and I'll go see if I can find him.
Sure. You watch as, despite the 15-meter difference between the catwalk and the hangar floor, Cassie nonchalantly places her 2 hands on the handrail and deftly vaults over into the emptiness. Thanks to the low gravity, she doesn't fall, but instead kicks off the railing, propelling herself through the air. As Cassandra drifts off, eventually catching on one of the armored frame's legs, using it to swing herself around to float in a different direction. You place your elbow on the railing and your head in your hand. You turn your attention back to the stoic features of the armored frame's head and sigh deeply. Your attention is caught by the cockpit hatch on one of the frames being half open. Looking around, you see everything as you'd expect. Armored frame weapon racks, storage containers, various equipments, all of it restrained appropriately and fastidiously arranged. The cockpit hatch is the only thing that breaks that pattern.
It's weird. I can't find him anywhere. I know it's definitely his shift right now, so he should be around somewhere.
Looking past Cassandra at the armored frame with the ajar cockpit hatch, a thought strikes you. I think I might have an idea. Follow me. You carry out the same vaulting maneuver that Cassie had performed and kick off towards the huge machine cockpit. Once close enough, you grab a hold of its arm and pull yourself up towards the open hatch. A few seconds later, Cassie appears beside you, and you both notice the sound of gentle snoring coming from within the cockpit. Well, Lieutenant Commander, I think this is an operations issue, so I'll let you handle it.
Leaving the discipline up to me again, huh?
Cassandra nimbly clambers up the armored frame, positioning herself right above the cockpit, bracing herself on the machine's chest, and she brings her heels down sharply and rapidly on the armor.
Cadet! Grange! Attention!
You hear a muffled scream from within the cockpit, followed by a dull thud, a string of muttered cursing, and then finally a figure emerges from the cockpit.
Ah, ma'am! I was checking the calibrations on the AF. I got the feedback that... Oh, it's just you, Commander Quinn. Excuse me, just...
Is that how you address the superior officer, Cadet?
Oh, ma'am, no, ma'am, I was not expecting to see you in the hangout, ma'am. Okay, you can tone it down a bit, Dalton. Oh, yes, ma'am. Good enough, I suppose. Anyway, Cadet, this is Lieutenant Poo Poo. security officer. Oh, Lieutenant Cadet Dalton Grange, Junior Engineer.
Good to meet you, Cadet. Good to meet you, Cadet. Looks like you're working hard.
Looks like no. Oh no, Lieutenant. Well, yes, Lieutenant, but not so hard. I'm falling asleep. No, Lieutenant. I was recalibrating the sensor array in the.
Take it easy, Cadet. We've all taken a nap in a cockpit in our lives.
Well, of course, we never took the cockpit naps with the chief giving us our orders, so you probably need to get back on whatever you were doing, huh? Oops. Ah, I totally forgot. She's gonna kill me. Good kid, right?
I feel sorry for him already. Is anyone else here?
Hey, Cadet, how's it go? Ah!
Hey there, take it easy. It's just me.
Oh, Lieutenant, sorry. I thought you were someone else.
What's with this crew possibly doing that's got you jumpy?
Oh, it's not the crew. It's just the chief. She's really like a surprise inspection and making sure that I'm working as fast as she expects me to. At least once a day, I think I'm alone somewhere and it's like, Cadet Dalton, report! I don't know how she does it. I'll have an eye on the entrance the entire time, and she can still appear from nowhere.
I think
she uses the maintenance ducts.
Okay, take it easy. I'm pretty sure it's just us here.
Okay, if you're sure. Anyway, how can I help you, Lieutenant?
I'm just getting to know the ship and its crew, finding out what they're about.
Oh, yeah, I guess this makes sense.
What are you up to, Cadet?
Oh, I'm actually working on 2 projects at the moment as part of the engineering degree.
The first one
is my own project, a high-density rapid expansion emergency sealant for hull breaches. I've been working on a compound that's designed to be released in case of a breach and sealed up cracks to prevent atmosphere loss.
Sounds pretty impressive. How's that going?
Not too well, Lieutenant. I intended it to be used with the ship as a safety measure for the crew, but the technical officer who oversees my progress back at the academy has instructed me to find a way to weaponize it. He thinks it'll be good for immobilizing the enemy's AF.
That seems like it's being put to good use if it's cutting down on casualties, don't you think?
I guess so.
What's the second?
Oh, it's just something I'm working on for the chief. It's a set of modifications for Juno in case it's mobility in space.
Cadet Dalton, report!
Ma'am! Chief! Yes, Chief! Currently in process of...
I think I'll leave him to get on with it. Where did she come from anyways?
Okay.
And let's go to the mess hall now.
And here we have the highlight of the entire tour, the mess hall.
Cassandra's face is radiating happiness as she gestures through the double doorway that you're stood by in the mess hall. Looking around, you see a canteen like any other. Tables, chairs, vending machines. This is all here. This is the highlight? It looks like a pretty standard mess hall to me.
You bet. Do you know why?
Tell me.
Because they've got both of the different kinds of vending machines. The red one that stocks the spicy potato chips, and the white one has all the different chocolate bars.
Wow, so all the bases covered, huh?
They've got all the fundamental food groups.
I'm not sure. Hey, Quinn! A rough voice calls out from further in. You hadn't noticed them previously because of Cassandra's enthusiastic presentation of the vending machines, but someone sat in the far corners, stands up, drops a half-smoked cigarette into a coffee cup, and strides over. What's going on, Quinn? Who's this?
Lieutenant Rumney.
Were you just smoking in the mess hall? Take it easy, Quinn. I sat right by the extractor vent for the meal vendor. No harm, no foul.
That's not the point. The extra strain on the air scrubbers from the cigarette.
Yeah. So anyways, who's this hottie?
I thought someone said I was uglier before. Vanessa said I was ugly before.
Well, cat's got her tongue. Name's Haru Rumne. What about you, good looking? Lieutenant Pee Pee Poo Poo's ship security. Pee Pee Poo Poo, huh? No way, really? Last time I checked. Are they laughing at my name? Well, alright, good to know. That's all for me, Poo Poo. You know where my quarters are, right? Do I say yeah, I do, or what? Guys, I'm scared. What if I say the wrong thing? Well, isn't that creepy to say, like, you know where my quarters are? Okay, anyways, what should we say? She'll find us, maybe. I'm scared. I'm scared. We're already dating, Cassandra. Would she be mad? Let's try one. Okay. We can't cheat on Cassandra. We can't. Haha, nice. Catch you later. What was that about? Cassie? You know where their room is, do you? Well, yeah, we just checked everyone's room. I mean, I do. It's near mine. I didn't. That's not what. The room is right by mine. You know, it's... Actually, don't worry about it. Putting out your half-smoked cigarette and your half-drunk coffee. Pretty gross. I don't know why smoking on a ship hasn't been banned yet. A standard food vendor unit installed in odd JCF ships. It's half robotic chef, half vending machine. You select what you want and it prepares it for you. Ingredients are almost all lifelong synthetic reproductions, but it's pretty convincing. When you're done, you can slot the plate back in for cleaning. Like Cassie said, both kinds. For some reason, certain ships sometimes only have the red one or the white one, so I can get why she's excited. Cassie, shall I get you some chips or fun or something? Okay then. Hey Cass, have you had lunch yet? Should we get something from the vendors? Alright. You know, it's... She's mad! She's so mad at us! Ah! Oh, Cassie, before we go, do you want something from the vending machine? Chocolate. Chips. Soda. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do, Lieutenant! I promise I didn't get what Haru was saying about their room. Okay, but it's going to be a chocolate bar! Okay, sure. Wait, 2 chocolate bars! Sure. Wait, 3! Oh my god, he's definitely mercy at this point! What are you talking about? You're so mean to me! Did I check everyone? Hold on. Tasks. Yep, okay. Show Cassandra your quarters. Okay, my quarters then. My quarters. As you step into your quarters, Cassandra follows you in. She stands by the door for a moment, looking around in the room before turning to face you. Wow, you really like to keep it tidy, don't you? I only just got here. That's not a lot of time to make a mess. Are you kidding? I'm pretty sure my bag exploded the moment I stepped into my quarters. Jovian military supplies just aren't what they used to be. Or maybe it was an operator error. And what's that supposed to mean, Lieutenant? Nothing. Just considering all possibilities.
If you're mad and you want chocolate, then we can do that. Okay, fine. Wait, is that... What? Lieutenant Poo Poo, don't tell me that. What is it? Your chair. It's not perfectly aligned with the terminal. I guess nobody's perfect, huh? I would have made more of an effort if I knew the officer doing spot checks was such a stickler. I suppose I won't have to report you to the captain this time, Lieutenant. Hey, want to see something cool? I feel like this may be a bad idea, but go on. Alright, I've always loved your sense of adventure. Now check this out. If you work your finger under the bottom of one of these panels by your bunk, you can take it off its mountings and there's a recess behind it and you can stash contraband in it. Oh, how about this floor panel? Did you know that if you use something strong enough, you can pry it open and it can lead to a crawl space below the decks that you can use to get to other areas of the ship? Yeah. Alright, but I bet I didn't know you can log into your terminal and enter a secret code that you can play Snake. That too, sorry. Sorry, I read it wrong. I thought she was saying everything. Turns out it was just me and her. We're interrupting her cool points. Don't interrupt her cool points. Just be like, wow, I've never heard about that before. Well, fine. I guess you probably know every secret on the ship then. Well, not every secret, but I am a security officer. I've seen and caught every trick there is when it comes to contraband. Crew breaking fraternization rules or system exploits. I'd have to be pretty technical to get past me. Wait, how do you know all this? Oh, well, that is I. Back to the tour! Okay, I think we got everything. Yeah, oh, look at that. We have terms. Sick bay, airlock, central hub. Did we go through everything? Okay, what about move to captain quarters? Okay. There's nothing here right now, so you turn back. With Cassandra leading the way, the two of you leave the captain's quarters behind you and step into crew quarters 2. Cassandra paused for a moment, looked left and right, and before turning back to face you with a smile on her face. Well, that's it, PP. Consider yourself officially acquainted with all there is to be acquainted with on board the one and only JFS Gundog. I hope you enjoyed the tour. I did. It's probably up there in my top 5 ship orientations. Top 5! Okay, you're right. Top 3. What? Maybe a triple shift to start your time aboard the Gundog is more to your taste. Well, that happened to me on board the Thunderbolt, so if it didn't happen, I guess I'll definitely be my favorite orientation ever. What a coincidence! It looks like your schedule's clear until tomorrow morning. Well, in that case, 5 stars. Great tour, especially the guide. So now that the tour's over, your duties won't formally begin until tomorrow. If you want, we can take another look at anywhere on the ship, or if you want to call it a day, that's cool too. I think I'll... I don't think there's anything else special, right? Call it a day. What do you guys think? Nothing else? Is there anything else that we need? Probably not, right? That's it. Let's call it a day. I think that's enough for now. I should probably go over the mission logs before tomorrow and get an early night. I know the captain seems pretty relaxed, but I don't want to make a habit of late starts. So responsible! I've got the late shift tonight, so maybe I'll get a nap in too. The two of you leave crew quarters
Crew quarters corridor 2 behind as you both head back to your quarters. Oh my gosh, I hate repeating stuff. Cassandra being on board had been a huge surprise, but having spent this time with her, you found that all the anxiety you had been feeling as you boarded has disappeared completely. You continued to chat casually about your schedules, the mission, and your plans for your next shore leave. Eventually, you reach the four-side thoroughfare, and you turn down the corridor and leads to your quarters.
Okay, I'll see you soon then.
Well, look who it is, the Calic Coward. You don't even need to look beyond Cassandra to know who's standing at the entrance to the corridor. Although you'd recognize the mocking tone anywhere, the real giveaway is the nickname. One you thought you'd escape a long time ago. Hanson Cruz. Or as you knew him, Calic 3. Of the members of the Calic squadron who's taken part in the battle, he'd been the only one to return. Even then, that had only been after the ceasefire had been signed, a full 13 hours after he'd been launched. From you'd heard from the other crew members, he'd survived by playing a game of cat and mouse with the enemy forces in a debris field. By shutting down the majority of his systems and hiding amongst the wreckage, he's been able to launch surprise attacks, taking down his pursuers one by one. When he came back to the Calic and saw your armored frame still suspended from its restraint, he had instantly blamed you for the squad being wiped out. If you'd taken off when you were supposed to, he'd argued, the squadron would have been at full strength, enough to survive the surprise attack. No amount of technical data or arguing that had been physically impossible for you to launch would have changed his mind. The destruction of the Calic squadron was on your hands. The worst bit was that you weren't entirely sure he was wrong. I mean, like, what can you do? Your literal thingy wasn't even working. Like, you tried to fly, and it was like, nope, you're not flying. What's up, Lieutenant PP? You're not thinking of finishing your first day without meeting an old friend, right? When Haru came and told me that some lieutenant called PP Poo Poo was our new security officer, I'd come and take a look. No way it'd be that wimp from back on the Calic. That had been dishonorably discharged for dereliction of duty. But I guess the JCF is so desperate that they'll hang on to anybody, no matter how much of a screw-up they are. How'd you end up here, Poo-Poo? They decided you couldn't handle a full-size ship, so they had to put you in the smallest crew they could find. You instinctively make your hands into a fist, but unclench them quickly before Hansen notices. You haven't been stationed on the same ship as him since the Calic, but you'd run into him a few times on board the colonies while you were both shore leave. Each time ended up badly. What should we choose, guys? Personally, I'd beat him up. What do you guys? I got an email, sorry. If your name's already Poo-Poo, where does he go? If your name is already Poo-Poo, where does he go from here to bully you? I know, right? 2 is professional. 2 is professional, or 3? 3? Which one, guys? Should we... Wait, if we push back, he'll probably be like,
I knew you were a coward anyways. Where were you when you do this? You know?
Like, maybe we should be professional and be like, stand down, bish. Yeah, we have to look cool in front of Casey. Our girl. Our girl, we gotta do this. We gotta max riz this. 2? 2? Okay. We gotta do it for her. You almost lash out at Hanson, but stop yourself before you do. The 2 of you are on the ship together, whether you like it or not. The last thing you want to do is let him know that he can get the ride out of you so easily. You fight the urge to just draw your electroshock weapon here and now. Me though? Me going, I would stab him. You know, I would just be like, I guess we don't have a ship person now. This is an emergency though. So mature. But I would. It'd be easy to put an end to this that way, you think. But you know that in the long term, you'd probably be the worst decision you could make. Instead, you grit your teeth. Stand down, ensign. This kind of behavior is out of line. Oh no, what are you gonna do, Lieutenant? Confine me to quarters? On what grounds? Hurting your feelings? Give me a break. Where was this spine 4 years ago, huh? You're happy to throw your weight around against your comrades, but not your enemies? Literally, the ship was shut down. You were like trapped there. You couldn't even open, remember? Don't make us turn this into Among Us, you little schmidt. See what I was saying, Haru? The lieutenant here is a coward and been since day one. Won't fight, won't even stand up for himself. Ensign Cruz, you stop this right now. Lieutenant Poo Poo is. Haha, can't stand up for yourself for getting this ditz to do it for you. Is it, Lieutenant? You did not just call my girl a ditz. Cruz, you stop this right now and apologize, or I'll order Lieutenant Poo Poo to throw you into solitary and write you up myself. You're welcome to try, Lieutenant Commander, but I don't think your security officers got it in them to even try. You think you can take me on, Poo Poo? Stay cool for Casey! Two? You want two? Me going, oh, why'd you call her a ditz? Why'd you call her a ditz? I'm gonna kill you. Two, everyone says two, okay. You step up to Hansen and place your hand on your hips, squaring directly up to him. You look into his eyes and wait for him to blink. Part one? Honestly, the strawberry Coke is pretty good. A few tense seconds pass, but eventually he blinks first, and you hold on to the sigh of relief for now. Ensign Cruz, that is a request from a senior officer. I suggest that you don't force the lieutenant commander to make it an order. You're so close I can feel Hansen's hot breath on your face as he exhales through his nose and smirks. Why is that? Worried that you'd have to do what you'd have to do when I disobey it? Come on, then, Lieutenant. What's it gonna be? You gonna show me who's boss on board the ship? You gonna make me obey that order? Actually, yes. Actually, like, yes. You wanna think long and hard about what you're gonna do, Lieutenant? Never know what you're gonna need a friend like me. I mean, we're all crewmates here, right? I'm not heartless. I'll even help a loser like you out if you've done me a solid or two. So maybe you should act like a professional for once. Your butthole is mine. I'm sorry. Your butthole is mine. Or are you? You better lock up your room at night, because your butthole is mine. Are you gonna do something stupid and show the lieutenant commander that you're just as much of a screw up as she is? You take a deep breath and... What do you want? What should we do? Stand up to him? We can't let... Two! Stand up for your girl, too! With Hansen's hot breath on your face, you do everything you can not to bat an eye at the last comment. Despite your best efforts, your hands are clenched to a fist. As much as you'd like to put 50,000 votes through him for insubordination and insulting a senior officer, you know that would be letting him win. Instead, you glare into Ensign's eyes for a few more seconds. You can almost feel Hansen's hatred for you radiating from him like an aura. And it takes all the bravado you can muster not to step down.
What do you mean step down? Kill him! Actually, just kill him. Never insult my girlfriend like this ever again, okay?
Excuse me, sorry.
Our girlfriend! Will you let him do that, huh? You wouldn't let him do that, right? You're making me mad now.
Okay? He's making me mad. I hate bitches like this. He says he's like beat all the enemies. I bet he was just hiding like a coward. No proof. I would have shocked him the first time. I would have shocked him too. I think I would have done worse, actually. The two of you stand like this longer than you'd like until...
Would you two knock it off already?
I love you, girl.
I'm on duty this evening and I don't want to have to update the captain that both her new security officer and lead pilots are in sick bay. All because their egos are too big to be on the same ship together. So both of you stand down. That's an order.
Both you and Hansen are taken back for a moment, like two school children who have been caught on a playground squabble. You turn from Cassie to Hansen and back, trying to come up with something to say. Similarly, Hansen's air of machismo has been dented by his surprise outburst.
No, I don't want to hear it from either of you. You're both in the JCF, so maybe you should start acting like it. Ensign Cruz, I want you to report to the chief at 0400. You're helping her clean on the organic processing filter. As for you, Lieutenant Poo Poo, we'll discuss this later.
Hey, well, you can't...
Ensign! Piss off! That's an order!
For the first time since you met him, Hansen looks lost for words. He stands there for a moment, mouth agape. Remember, he's still an ensign. He's mocking us. But he's still the lowest rank possible. Yeah, Lieutenant Commander, I hear you loud and clear. Hansen thrusts both his hands in his jacket pockets, turning his Zio and heading towards the thoroughfare. He cocks his head, gestures to Haru to follow him as he leaves. Before the pair are fully out of sight, he turns back to face the two of you. Good thing someone on this crew is able to keep everyone in line. Doesn't seem like our security officers are up to the task. With this parting shot fired, both Haru and Hansen disappear in around a corner. You and Casey stand there watching the space where they've been. Casey crosses her arms as she taps her foot furiously.
What an absolute dick!
I told you he's a real...
And you! What was the performance all about?
Yeah, I've told you about him. He doesn't back down. You've got to...
I know. You just can't let him get to you like that. Otherwise, he'll just keep coming time after time until one of you does something they regret.
Excuse me. I know. Me going. Yeah, he's gonna keep coming. Once I sneak into the room. Your is grass and I'm gonna mow it. You pause for a moment and feel your cheeks grow flush. You're suddenly filled with sense of shame for being caught acting out so childishly. I don't think it was acting it out. I think we were fine, personally. Hey, don't worry about it. I know what the two of you have been through, and to be honest, I figured he was a real asshole from the moment I met him. Plus, he's going to be busy helping the chief clean out those filters for the next month, so don't worry too much about running into him anytime soon. Still feeling a bit sheepish about your behavior in front of Cassie. You manage a smirk. Thanks for stepping in there. I shouldn't have stooped to his level.
Don't worry about it. Just take it easy and don't let what he said get to you. I'm going to get ready for my shift, so I'll see you soon.
Sure, I guess I'll catch you in the morning.
Sounds good. Oh, one more thing.
What's that?
Cassie steps forwards, places her hands on your waist, and stands on tiptoes, raising her face up to yours.
You close your eyes and tilt your head slightly in response.
Aw! Choo! Choo! Yeah, Pompadour! At the moment that her lips meet yours, you forget everything that just happened.
All you can focus on is the softness and delicate warmth.
After a moment,
Cassie slowly moves back and you open your eyes to find her gazing at you contently. You both share the same gentle smile before she steps away.
sleep well, Pee-Pee!
As Cassie walks away, she spins her heels, gives you a quick wave, and then turns back, heading down the corridor. As you step into the quarters and head back over to your bunk bed, the door hisses shut behind you. You stand there for a moment with a smile still on your face before you let out a sigh and sit down, staring at nothing in particular until you mull over the day's offense and Casey's words. Cassie or Casey? Oh my gosh. Cassie, right? Cassie's words from earlier. Big day ahead tomorrow, huh? You sigh. We'll see. April 23rd, planetary calendar 214. 4 days have passed since the JFS Gundog departed on its mission to rendezvous with the JFS O'Brien. In the time, her crew, including Lieutenant Pee-Pee Poo-Poo, have fallen into the easy rhythm of life aboard the ship. Even as the Gundog enters the outer limits of Jovian space, Jovial. Jovial merriment. What a horse. And is due to meet the O'Brien, there is little for the crew to do, and a general sense of routine permeates the atmosphere. Outer Jovian space. Aboard the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. You're just finishing the last of your coffee as a shrill series of electric pips begin sounding from your wristwatch. Without looking to check the time, you turn off the alarm and rise from your seat, knocking back the last of your drink. Once you stood up, taking the empty cup back to the food vendor. It's easy to lose track of time on board a military ship, where the light is kept in a constant level, so you rely on a series of alarms you programmed. You know that this one means your shift is due to start in a few minutes, giving you time to finish whatever you may be doing. You place the cup back into the vendor, where the machine latches onto it and then retracts it into a space that is quickly sealed by a sliding panel. As the sound of muffled whirring begins, you turn back to face the empty mess hall. Time to carry out the day's security checks, and then, let's see, I need to stop by fire control, the hangar, and engineering to check that everything's going as it should. So what do I need to do? Visit engineering. Okay. Fire control. Still feel a little bit awkward checking on fire control as part of the security report. Although Dylan is always friendly enough, you can't help but feel like you're intruding on his personal sanctuary. Doesn't help that his headphones are so big that short of shaking him, it's hard to get his attention. Well, here we go. Morning, Lieutenant. How's it going? Oh, hey, Dylan. Everything's all right. I thought you'd be listening to your music. You're a pretty punctual person, Lieutenant. So far, you've come by here the exact same time every shift. All I had to do was find which albums would last until just before you got here. Now I don't need to get interrupted mid-jam. That's pretty impressive. Aren't you going to get bored of listening to the same albums every morning, though? Nah, don't worry about it. I figured out about 15 different album combinations, and that's not including changing the order of play. So I'm good for this mission. Speaking of mission, do you know the drill? Anything unusual? Nothing at all, Lieutenant. Not even a scrap of debris. I've been keeping an eye on the long-range targeting system, too, and we've had a blip in the energy readings match the O'Brien, which makes sense. Yeah, I thought so. We're so deep in Jupiter's backyard that I don't think we'll be seeing anything at all aside from the O'Brien. Pausing for a moment, as you idly shift your focus from one screen to another, a flicker on one screen catches your attention. What was that? Lieutenant? The screen here just flickered. What do the readings say? Oh, that's a long-range targeting system. It's fed with data from long-range communication system, which has been on the fritz lately. Chief's been working on trying to figure out where all the feedback's coming from. That's the kind of thing you should be filling me in on, Gunner D's. Nuts! Can we save? My bad, Lieutenant. Since Chief said she was on the case, I figured it was all in hand. Oh, let me know next time. That's it, though? Nothing else? Nothing at all. Right, keep it up, Gunner D's. Okay, I can do save. Right there. It's easy to save. Yes, Lieutenant. Okay. What's going on? To Lieutenant, I listened to that Trisha and the Replicant album you lent me the other day. It was pretty good. Oh, hey, nice. If you're into it. I've got a few other albums I can lend you. Ever heard of Firebombing? I was wondering if you had something a little bit less rock. Aw, no fun file save name this time. I'm sorry, it's just a click one. Otherwise, you'll know that I'll name it something like beep beep boop boo. It's really funny, I guess, in like regular point and clicks. Well, not really regular, like older point and clicks and like FMVs, you could just name the files and you could just be like, dirty dirty dir. Modern games don't need that. What were you thinking? I really like that Lin Minnie May song they were always playing back in Europa before we left. Don't anything like that? Linny Minnie May? That's overproduced twee stuff? Come on, Lieutenant. Next time you're telling me you want to listen to a whole album of Princess Maria ballads or something. I mean... No way, Lieutenant! Come on, you're listening to Firebombing next and that's it! Alright, okay, leave the tape with me next time you pass by my quarters. Princess Maria. Who can have a taste in music like that? I like pop music. What's wrong with pop music? What do we need now? Engineering. Okay, so we can do the hangar. It's closer. Right at the hangar, let's see. Although you take the first few stairs normally, by the time you reach the hangar entrance, you're skipping almost every step. Gliding through the door onto the catwalk, you grab the railing and heave yourself over it. As you continue to float lazily through the wide open space of the hangar, you start your visual checks. Walkway clear. Access points marked. Munitions stowed. All the equipment and supplies seem to be where they should be. You casually shift your weight to one side of your body, causing you to begin spinning slowly. To rotate, the glare from the hangar lights reflect off the armored frame's camera lens, almost as if it was watching you. Quickly dismissing the thought, you turn your attention back to your duties. Eventually, you arrive at the other end of the hangar, where you plant your feet in the thick steel of the main door. From this angle, you can take in everything that you may have missed, including Dalton, who you can see in among the storage units, his attention fixed intently on a collection of parts in front of him. Cadet Dalton, attention! The junior engineer suddenly snaps to attention the second he hears your call, inadvertently launching the pair of pliers he was holding into the open space of the hangar, without gravity to stop them like they continued to sail through the air. At ease, Cadet. You time your launch from the door exactly to allow yourself to grab the pliers as you float over to the startled cadet. I believe these are yours, Cadet. Lieutenant, thank you. I I didn't realize you were... Relax, Dalton. I'm just doing my rounds. I'm not here to check up on you.
Oh, okay, cool, yeah? Is there anything I can help you with?
Just the usual. Everything okay in here? You haven't noticed any mechanical failures? Everything working how you should? Any suspicious activities?
Nothing to report, Lieutenant. It's just been working on my project. Ever since Lieutenant Commander Quinn assigned crews to the filter cleaning, it's been giving a bit of extra time to finish things up.
Oh yeah? How's that high density foam that the set rocks hard? Wait, that's your high density foam that sets rock hard, yeah? How's it going?
That's right. It's good. It's good. I'm hoping to get the chance to test it soon.
These containers are full of compound. I'm just about to try transferring it into some empty training rounds, you know? The one normally filled with paint? The ones that the armored frame pilots use in practice combat to show when they've hit each other?
The compound stored under pressure where it remains a liquid. When removed from that pressure, it expands quickly, and with the rapid expansion, it sets. If I've got this right, then we can test it by firing the practice round at dummy targets. When the casing is destroyed, the compound should activate.
Good news. Well, if there's nothing I need to know, I'll head out. Let me know if you see anything out of place.
Yes, Lieutenant, I will. Although, I was wondering...
What's up, Cadet?
It's nothing.
Don't worry about it. If you're sure, Cadet. Now, Tin, what were...
Yeah!
Slow down, Cadet. It's me.
Oh, sorry, Lieutenant. I didn't realize you were still here.
Don't worry about it. Anyways, you've got something on your mind. What were you going to ask me?
Oh, it's nothing, Lieutenant. Don't worry about me.
Come on, Dalton. I'm not exactly like I'm rushed off on my feet doing the security rounds. What's up?
Well, if you're sure...
The chief sent a message that she wants me to head over to the engineering to carry out a job. But I'm right at a critical part of the process to decant the compound into the training rounds. If I stop now, I'll have to stow all my equipment so that I'm late anyways, and then I won't have any time, and then it'll be... Okay, slow down. What do you need me to do?
Oh, sorry, I need a bit more time. Chief's got something she wants me to do, but if I stop now, I don't know when I will get another chance.
Any way you could...
Is there any way you could cover for me?
Sure. Let's help him, right? What do you guys think? Helping him? Be a good sport. Say no more, I'll take care of it.
I mean, are you sure, Lieutenant?
Don't worry about it. If something I can help you with, then I'll lend a hand. If I can't, well, I'll cover for you. Don't sweat it.
Thank you, Lieutenant. With the extra time, I should be able to get these rounds ready for testing before the next AF drills. Thank you.
No problem. Now get back to it. If the chief thinks you've slacked off for nothing, then you'll know about it.
Thanks. You, Lieutenant. I'll get right on it.
What am I supposed to do now, then? I just cover? Oh, talk to Chief in engineering. Well, I need to go to engineering anyways. Where's engineering? I think it's that's airlock. Engineering? Yeah. Lieutenant Pee Pee Poo Poo entering main engineering. You declare to the cavernous expanse of machinery and accessway that make up the engineering section. You've been instructed to announce your arrival by the chief, and since the last time you didn't, she'd nearly drop a filtration unit on you to prove a point you made sure not to forget. Accessway clear, no visible detritus, nothing seems to be malfunctioning. You stop midway through your visual checks, and no one's throwing heavy machinery off the higher level to teach me a lesson in proper conduct. It doesn't take long for you to finish your daily checklist. The chief runs such a tight ship that you don't really expect anything less. Now that you think about it though, she hasn't given you your daily grilling about how insulting it is that you think these daily checks are necessary in the first place. Chief, you here?
Up here, Lieutenant!
Chief, are you around?
Damn it, Lieutenant, I'm up here!
That's weird. It's not like the chief to be at her assigned not to be at her assigned duty station. I have to call the captain. Damn it, Lieutenant, I'm up here! Look up, you idiot! Looking up, you see the chief engineer leaning dangerously across the safety rail of her walkaway a few levels above you. Behind her is a massive cabling that's pouring out of the open panel above her. Oh, Chief, good morning. Good morning yourself. I've been calling back to you this whole time. You forget to clean out those ears or something? Sorry, Chief, it's pretty loud in here. Nothing in here is running above a safe decibel limit, and you tell me otherwise, I'll come down there and recalibrate your ears. You quickly mentally calculate the time it would take for her to get down to where you are and the time you need to get out of engineering. Although you favor your chances, you wouldn't bet money or your ears on it. Must be me, then. Anyway, I'm just filing out... I'm just filling out the daily report, Chief. What's up there? Oh, one of those clowns at the colony dock who took part of the... Why is... Oh, it's cut off. Who took part in maintenance process must have done something stupid in the long-range communication system. For the past 12 hours, I've been picking up huge amounts of feedback. There must have been a bad connection, but I can't find it all in this bloody shoddy wiring. Huh. Must be the system that Dylan was talking about. Are you sure there's nothing out there that could be sending a signal? A broadcast from O'Brien, one of our reconnaissance? Yeah, I can read. One of our reconnaissance satellites? No chance. This feedback's way too intense. Even a standard broadcast shouldn't produce this much noise. I said it. I got it! Unless maybe they calibrated the long-range system on the shortwave band. In that case, the sensitivity would be off, so it would... Chief? Huh? Oh yeah, like I was saying, there's nothing around here that should be kicking out a signal with this kind of capacity. It's like it's picking up something with an amplitude and frequency 10 times higher than our standard equipment. Mm-hmm. Let me some literacy. You can call me Literamercy. Which could be the result of a processor loop. Maybe I should check out our initial conversion driver next. Okay, well in that case, Chief, I'm going to let the captain know, okay? Huh? I'll put it in my report for the captain, alright? Oh yeah, sure. I was going to let her know when I'd fix it. All these dolts have a real number on these, so it's going to be longer than I thought. Alright, thanks for your heads up. Eh? Whopping. Guys, what happened? What my game do? Girl back? What happened? What happened? Oh, it's ren'py. Does this happen in ren'py a lot? What? Extremely often. What should I do, guys? Try ignore once. I would save before you ignore. I can't. What? Ah! I may have accidentally clicked. I may have accidentally clicked quit. My bad?
Space Colony Studios.
Oh.
Space Colony Studios.
I hit ignore. Um. I'm gonna uninstall it and reinstall it. Oh my gosh. Extract the save file first to save time too, right? Why? What does that mean?
Space Colony Studios.
Huh? Why is it doing it again? Oh. Okay, I'm gonna uninstall. I thought I uninstalled it. Okay, I'm gonna reinstall it again. What the heck? All right. I feel like I didn't do anything.
Space Colony Studios.
I can't even like. Yeah, I can't do anything, guys. Punished for reading. Sorry. Like, literally, it's not letting me. I have uninstalled it and then reinstalled it, and it's just not doing anything. I'm gonna go check the bug report and stuff. Mm. This person says, try ignoring 4 times. Four times? That's a lot, huh? Okay, let's see. Is it really a problem if you can ignore it until it goes away? It's just really annoying, you know? Three, 4, 4, 4. Can you try loading an autosave? How do I do that? Like, I'm trying to hit load. And it's just not working. Like, I can't even hit that. This? This one? Okay, sure. Oh my gosh. Oh! What corrupted it? What is this stupid? Ah! I'm angry! What did I even do wrong? Do I have to delete all my saves? What's wrong with it? Oh, hi, soulmate. Sorry, you're about to see a raging mercy right now because why isn't this working? Look at this! Ketsu, look at this! Look at this! Look at this, Ketsu! Looks great. And then I try to, like, maybe start the game. It's not gonna let me load a save. Oh my gosh, Snuck. Ah! What is going on? Is it the dang text option? Oh my gosh. It just... Oh my gosh. I don't know anymore. ren'py is a buggy engine. Once it borks out like this, sometimes you have to go through your temp files and remove it, any trace of it. What do you mean? Like, how do I do that? I don't understand. I don't feel like I did anything funky. See? It's just... Ooh! Why is it borking so badly? Bork, bork, bork! Help me! I think it's the game itself that's funky. No! Okay, guys. Teach me. Teach me how to get like out of this. How do I uninstall even the temp files? Question, how do I uninstall even the temp files? Please help me. I'm so upset. I played for like 3 hours and then suddenly it just died on me. I am also confusion. Guys, I don't know how does this even happen, man? It's such a cool looking game. They even have it on the Switch and PS5. I'm so scared to know if those games also die. Oh my gosh, I think I have to uninstall it and everything. How do I uninstall like temp files, guys? Please teach me. Hold on. 130 files failed to validate and be reacquired. So the installed files, I went to the installed files on Stories from Soul the Gun Dog. And it basically says it failed to validate. You can usually delete the folder. It's Steam, right? Is this game cloud saving? How do I undo the cloud saving? What do I do? Okay. It looks like I redid the thing, the integrity. I'm gonna do it again. Let's see if it's good now.
Space Colony Studios.
I need a blanket. I need a blanket. Give me a moment. Okay. Properties has Steam Cloud pop right away. I'll turn it off for reinstalls. Okay. Properties. Steam Cloud. So I turned it off. Okay, and I'm gonna uninstall it. I'm gonna install it again. Should I install them? Okay, it should be in the libraries. Okay, give me a second. Okay, give me a second. Let me find it first. Sorry, Mercy Modiste. Trying this for the first time. Okay, so I go to like Steam library. Maybe. I don't know where I'm going. I usually save it to my thing, so I don't see where it is. Oh, I think I see it. Okay, wait, hold on. S. Do I just delete the whole folder? I think so. Delete the corrupted Steam app. Okay. Saves. Do I delete like all of them then? Which saves do I do? There's also this file called persistent. What is that? Anyways, I see 2 save files. Do I just delete both of them? I'm not in Steam. I'm in my like folders files thing. I would delete all of it. Okay. There's a file just called persistent. I don't know what that means. It's in the saves. What is that? Do you guys know what it is? Should I delete it too? And just type file. Yeah, get rid of it. Okay. Where is it? Delete. Okay. Now that the saves are gone, let's reinstall it. Thank you for helping me.
Space Colony Studios.
Okay, well, I don't know what's going on here. What did I do wrong? All the loads are gone, too. Wait, no, why is it still there? I don't understand. Ah! Oh. I think it's just cooked. Can I just delete the whole folder? Okay, it's being backed up in the temp folder then. What is the temp folder? Okay, I guess we need to get rid of the saves. Well, I deleted persistent already. Okay, properties. Verify integrity. It updated it. Should we try again? There's nothing else in the saves, though. Do I need to get rid of... What do I need to get rid of? There's nothing in saves anymore.
Space Colony Studios.
You've never been to the temp files? No? I've been in temp and there's like 3 folders, but there's like nothing in them. I'll just start by deleting everything in that Steam app/folder game. Okay. Okay, let's see. Try checking the start menu. Like on my PC. Or what? Percentage app data. How do I go to my app data? Just like... Type it out from where? What is my username? I don't know this anymore, guys. I'm stupid. Okay, I'm in my local disk I see ren'py. Okay, I see ren'py. Do I click in ren'py? Check if Stories from Souls has its own folder there. No, I see. I have no mouth and I have no mouth and I must scream. I see Katawa Shoujo. I see DDLC. There's a folder called Persistent and Tokens. I am saving it in a completely different disk file though, so... Maybe it's persistent. There's like nothing in the persistent file though. It's just the folder name. Is there one for the devs? Who were the devs again? Oh, Space Colony Studios, right? Yeah, I found it. Yeah, I see it now. Wait, I found it. It has a folder for it. And it has saves. There's a VDF file, persistent autosave, and another save. Do I delete both saves? Do I delete the whole folder or just the saves in here? Delete. Try backing up the whole folder. How do I do that? Maybe close the game. And delete the whole folder. So I delete it inside. Okay, give me a second. I'll put it here. Okay. Okay, there's a Steam Auto Cloud. Do I delete that too? Wow. Maybe it's completely borked. Nah, leave that one. Okay. I left it. Just delete the whole Space Colony folder. I can do that too. Okay. Do I hit play?
Space Colony Studios.
Okay. Quit. Reinstall it? Do I just remove it? Uninstall? I didn't install it before. I mean, I didn't uninstall it before. I can try again. Okay, then double check the app data. Okay, I'll go do the app data again. I see the Space Colony Studios again. And it just has the file persistent and Steam AutoCloud. There's no saves. There's no saves. Delete it again. Wait. Do I uninstall it and then reinstall it? Wait, I just installed it again. Should I have uninstalled it first? Okay. Delete the whole Space Colony folder. Okay, deleted. Deleting. Gone. Delete. Uninstall again. Okay. Uninstall. Delete temp. Okay, well, I don't see the temp in here anymore. Reinstall. Okay. Play.
Space Colony Studios.
Maybe the lesson is the game only runs on PC 98. It's a 2025 game! There's no loads, no nothing. Yeah, it's borked. It's just freaking borked, man. I'm gonna uninstall it, and I'm gonna see. I started the game, and then it made another save, another temp file. I don't even know how this stuff works, man. Oops, let me go to like my Steam library, see if I can like kill all the, like kill it as well, and then we'll just see if that's the reason why. Okay. Okay. Everything is gone now. I'm gonna install it on my on a different, completely different area. Okay, we're gonna do one more thing. I, for one, enjoyed Mercy IT. Sorry. All right, let's try it one more time.
Space Colony Studios.
I have deleted every single file, every temp file, every possible file there is. All right. Nothing. We did it. I uninstalled it completely from a different thing. It looks good now. I had to just completely change the location. Okay. There are no load files, but I need to definitely change. Maybe modern, maybe this. Might need to change this to 2 times size because I can't see. Okay, let's speed through this. Ready? Okay, I read this off to you before. Text speed. Zoom. Let's do the silent type right now. Do you want to do some silent type? Yeah, let's do silent type now. Okay, your mind races as you try to think of a response that will convince not just the engineer, but yourself that, too, that everything's gonna be alright. But instead, blah, blah, blah. The flight stick creaks more loudly than you squeeze them. Okay. Everything in there, comms green. Okay, you lean back, chair, Calic 5, just a bit. Nothing wrong with feeling the jitters. What's your name, pilot? What's your first name, pilot? PP! What's your surname? Boo boo! What are your pronouns? Are we gonna still do they, them? Or did, I wonder if our appearance changes. They, them? You guys still like they, them? As a They are pee pee and poo poo. Okay. Yeah. We are plural. They hate them because we are plural, yeah. Okay. Oh. Go quiet. You almost managed to reply with something peppy and upbeat, but at the last moment the words catches your throat. There's a very simple mopping up a... Yeah, there we go. Everything moving out. Nice, cool. Nice. And then everything goes. Warning, danger. And then you're not allowed to move. Signal lost. Nice, 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 nice. And then we can redo our conflict. Wait. This is a good thing. We can impress the girl now. What do you guys think? Okay, look. 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 Use. Yes. Yes. Can't use, can't use. Move button. Yeah. Move. 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 And then... There she is! Yay! Look at our huge pompadour! Look at that! This is our girlfriend. Somehow we have game? So we talk. Look. Nothing else in here. Use. Wait, use. Move to the bridge, yes. Yeah. And then there's the captain. She's cool. Item. You show her the access card. We got the map. Then these are your tasks. Yeah. Okay, then we look around. Just in case, like, there's an award or something. Not an award, but like a thing. Then she's like mad because you're not as hot as she thought you were gonna be. And then you're like, damn it. Okay, we can move. Wait. It would be just fun to use this. Yay! And then she talks about her gas issues. Talk. talk. Wait, look. Look. Yeah, stuff. Stuff, okay. Move. She's our girlfriend, not purple enough. We can make her green too, which is funny. Okay. Okay, so we can go to the airlock. She's excited to show you the stars. It's pretty cool. And then the hatch. Okay, cool. Aft thoroughfare. Go to the armory. Okay, move. Armory. Use this one. Grab our issue. And then you can tell her some fun stories. Then we can move here. Engineering. Big conversations. Airlock, you say? Yeah, well, airlock. Central computer. You can't go in. You can talk to Chief again. She tells you a lot of stuff. Engines. And then she over-explains everything, how the engines work. Then I think that's the only thing we can look at. Yeah, the big engine. Then we move. Armory, aft, sick bay, we've been there. Captain's quarters, bridge, central hub, airlock. Not there yet. Hangar. Move. Hangar. Then you remember bad memories. Then you find the, like, intern, not intern. Dalton. Sleeping on the job, quite literally. Talk to Cass. And then look. Yay, main stuff. Maintenance. I don't actually think I looked at this. Hangar is also used to store various tools, equipment, and engineering team used throughout the ship. All the machinery is used for moving freight or AF equipment around. Nice. Okay, move. Not there yet. Hangar. Fire control. And he's like, at peace. This cool guy is cool. Then you can talk to him again. Because he's the only weapons guy. Cass. Yeah, this place would be such a good room to relax and take in the view of the stars. Okay, you know what? I never actually talked to her in any of these areas. But day or night, he's always here, either spacing out himself or drumming away. I'm so jealous. It's weird. The only time I've seen him leave is when the ship's docked. I've come all the way, source of random times, and he's always here. I don't like it. Much of that is jealousy. Alright. Well, that's okay. We can skip content. Whatever. I cry. Maybe text speed can be a little slower. Just so we can catch up. Now we don't mess up. The ... You guys want to do the ... Or do you guys want to do the yeah, I do? Get our girl mad at us again? ... Well, you're lost, Lieutenant. Check your nerds later. What's that all about? I can't stand them sometimes. They sway around the ship like they own the places because they're a bunch of the only 2 pilots on board. Newsflash, Haru, second best pilot out of the 2 is last place. Don't worry about them too much. They're not worth it. Okay, ... Arrgh! Okay, you seem like a mess hall when it's too quiet. I like it. On the bigger ships, you always get to queue for the machines or they run out all the best snacks before you're a day out of port. On a ship like this, you can get whatever you want, whenever you want. How much of a problem have you had with snacks running out before? You don't even want to know. On the Reliant, I was operating on a preferential shift for chocolate system. It was tricky, but I did what I had to do. It sounds like it breaks a ton of regulations. Regulation only gets broken if you get caught. I don't think that's how it works. So I guess you can look around. And stuff. Okay, move. I think we're almost done. Just the quarters left. I wonder if we can talk to her again. So we're just gonna hang out in the corridor outside my quarters then? Nowhere you're in a hurry to go to? Honestly! Rosims. Mackenzie, that's the chief. Sandra, Quinn. Captain's quarters, you can't go into. Sandra's quarters. Honestly. Quick to the autosaves. Oh, this one. Our anniversary! There it is! We can save! Yay, she's so happy. Run a save now. Okay, we can look around. And then all her stuff is like Front panel of the storage looks like it's barely managed to stay shut. Could that be what the bang was earlier? I'm gonna open it. I don't know how much stuff Casey's stuffed in there, but I think if I open it, it may never close again. Look. Look at the photographs. That's us! We got a big pompadour. Talk to her. How she feels about it. How do you finding Gundog is fine. How'd you transfer? She gets mad because she thinks you're gonna like give her a speech, but you're gonna support her no matter what she wants to do. Like maybe become a tour guide. Okay, now move. You can go to my place now. Look. Look. Dalton's room. Dylan's room. Okay, and then we move into my place. Nice and tidy. She's just mad that it's nice and tidy. And she just tells you all the cool things, but you already know all of them. And then let's see if we've got everything. Yep, we've got everything now. We're pretty much almost caught up. This time will be different. Call it a day. And then a mocking tone. This guy calls you a coward because you never got to fly because your literal ship broke down. Okay. And he's being a dick. Let's say nothing. You almost lash out at Hanson, but stop yourself before you do. The two of you are on this ship together, whether you like it or not. Last thing you want is to let him know that he can get a rise out of you so easily. You fight the urge to just draw your electroshock weapon there. Be easy to do that with. To put an end to this that way. You think you know, but you know in the long term it'll probably be the worst decision you could make. Instead, you grit your teeth and say nothing. What's wrong? What's the matter, Lieutenant? Nothing to say for yourself? Or are you trying to dodge a fight? I guess that's what you do best, right? See what I was saying, Hire? The lieutenant here is a coward, and since day one, won't fight, won't even stand up for themselves. Ensign Cruz, you stop this right now. Lieutenant Poo-Poo, it's haha, can't stand up for yourself getting this disc to do it. Cruz, you stop this right now, or I'll throw you into solitary, write you up myself. Welcome to try, but don't think your security officers got into them. Go strong and and silent. Okay. Doing the best you can do to stop yourself from snapping at Hanson and giving him the reaction he wants. You cross both your arms and plant your feet firmly, shoulder width apart. You meet his eyes with a matter-of-fact stare, hoping he takes this to mean that you're not going to stoop to his level. Ooh, very scary, Lieutenant. Very tough. What? Hoping I'll put myself in the naughty corner, is it? Nice try. Hanson steps past Cassie and right up to you, with his face inches from yours. He places his right fist into his left hand and cracks his knuckles. He's so close that you can feel his breath on your face, and he sneers at you. What's the matter, Lieutenant? Nothing to say? Why don't you show me how tough you can be? Come on then, Lieutenant, what's it gonna be? You're gonna show me who's the boss on board the ship? You're gonna make me obey the order? You wanna think long and hard before you're gonna do, Lieutenant. Never know when you're gonna need a friend like me. I mean, we're all crewmates here. I'm not heartless. I'll even help losers out like you if you've done me a solid or two.
So maybe you should act like a professional for once. Or are you gonna do something stupid and show the lieutenant commander just how much of a screw up as they are just as much of a screw up as she is? You take a deep breath in. Do nothing. Hansen's breath off in your face. You do everything you can not to bat an eye at the last comment. As much as you'd like to put 50,000 volts through him for insubordination and insulting a senior officer, you know that would be letting him win. Instead, you glare into the ensign's eye with a few more seconds before shrugging and sidestepping him, walking back to Cassie. Lieutenant Commander, thank you for the orientation. I'll see you tomorrow. Good luck with tonight's duty. Oh, yes, you're welcome, Lieutenant. If there's anything else, let me know. I'll see you tomorrow. As you're saying goodbye to Cassie, you hear a scoff from behind you, and Hansen places his hand on your shoulder. Don't walk away from me, poo-poo! You quickly bat his hand off you as you turn to face him. Ensign, I've not formally started my duties yet, so frankly, I'm not dealing with you right now. If you want to do this again tomorrow, when I'm on the clock, be my guest. You give Cassie a nod, and she turns and walks away. Hansen turns from you to her, and then back to you as you step over your quarters door. You enter your passcode to the panel, and once you open, you turn back to him. Oh, Ensign Cruz? Piss off, that's an order. We did it! The door slides shut behind you, and you wait for it in a moment, expecting to hear Hansen banging on it and demanding that you come back out there. After a few moments, you exhale and relax, letting your shoulder fall and your jaw unclench. We did it! You walk away from the door and over to your bunk. You sit on the edge, resting your elbows on the knees and head in your hand. What? I can't freaking read. Macy, the blind guy's being mean to me. Get him. No, we're going to be mature. But in reality, I cannot be as mature as Pee Pee Poo Poo, okay? Pee Pee Poo Poo has a lot of restraint. Me, I'll start plummeting. I'll start, fist in my hand, start wailing, okay? I'll start wailing, I'll start knifing, I'll start shocking. I don't care. I'll take the nearest trash can and put him in it. Never met anyone as mature as Pee-Pee. But yeah, I wouldn't have that kind of restraint. Me, I am I don't know, I'll just start making his face into a drum. Start beating it. I'll teach him a lesson. Unfortunately, we have to show restraint. We gotta impress Cassie, because she's like our girl. Going over what just happened in your mind, you think you could just walking away was the best thing you could have done. But the knowledge that you're stuck with the same ship as Hansen goes nowhere. You stay that way for a few minutes, continuously going over the events until you notice that your terminal screen has flashed to life. You stand up and make your way over to see that you've seen mail. You enter the passcode to see that it's from Cassandra. Lieutenant Pee-Pee Poo-Poo. From Lieutenant Commander Cassandra Quinn. Subject, that... What an absolute... Can't believe the way he acted. I know I didn't like him before, but I didn't think he was such a... He's helping the chief clean out the organic processing system filter for the next month. Don't let what he said get to you. He's a and you're great. See you in the morning, Cassie. XO. You sit down on the chair by the terminal and swivel it to and fro as you go over the email, with a slight smile forming as you write a short response. Once you send it, you lean back in your chair, staring at the ceiling for a moment, mulling over Cassie's words from earlier. Got a big day ahead of me tomorrow, huh? You sigh. I guess we'll see. Mail on stream. You're right. That was not even just any mail. It was an email. E stands for internet.
April 22nd, planetary calendar 214. 4 days have passed since the JFS Gundog departed on its mission to rendezvous with the JFS O'Brien. The time her crew, including Lieutenant Pee Pee Poo Poo, have fallen in the easy rhythm of life aboard the ship. Even as the Gundog enters the outer limits of Jovian space and is due to meet the O'Brien, there is little for the crew to do, and a general sense of routine permeates the atmosphere. Outer Jovian space, aboard the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. You just finished the last of your coffee as a shrill series of electronic pips begin sounding from your wristwatch. Actually, I don't need to read this. We've done this. Yeah. It looks like it's got everything I could want except for hamburgers and pineapple salad. Don't know how KC did it since we should have restocked while docking. Oh, it's not none of his favorite foods there. An elusive combination of both red and white vending machines. The red ones are refrigerated, so they got soda and things like chocolate in them, whilst the white ones aren't, but have bigger slots to have big bags of chips or candy. Awesome. Move. And check the fire control. Feel a little bit awkward checking in on fire control. We're cool. He insults your music taste. Okay, I can talk to him again. He hates your music. Oops, look. All monitors look like they're working fine. I'll have to ask the chief about the long-range communication system. Okay. We can go to the hangar again. Yeah. He jumps up. He says he's done his, like, immobile bullet thing. You can talk to him again. Help Dalton. Yeah, will help you. Okay, I'll look at this again. 2 Juno model armored frames, remarkable for being totally unremarkable. These two have some slight differences to the ones that were around during the war, but they're basically the same machine. Okay. We can go to Control Hub now. We don't need anything here. Move to engineering. Okay, this is the part that broke, I think. Okay, let's see. I'll see if there's a part where, like, where we stopped. Yeah. Oh, save? Maybe. Return. Like I was saying, there's nothing around here. Okay. Needs higher standard equipment. Processor loop. Put it in the report. Put it in the report. Time to report to the captain. But we need to talk to the chief again. Oh, chief, one more thing. Are the issues with the long-range communication system going to interfere with standard maintenance? Do I need to follow up with operations to get you some support?
Depends on how badly those idiots back in Europa have fouled things up. Normally, something like this should be a quick wiring fix, but I can't trace back the fault. Ugh!
Although maybe the problem isn't the wiring around the receiver. They could have crossed wires in the broadcast hardware. Yes or no, Chief? Oh no, today's scheduled maintenance is pretty light, so Dalton should be able to take care of it. He's not scheduled to report to me until later, though. When you go over to Hangar, tell him to pack up his project and get over here on the double, you hear? Actually, Chief, now that you mention it, Dalton said he's a little busy with this project at the moment and that stopping would throw the whole thing off. So I set out cover for some of the maintenance tasks.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yes, Chief. And you said you'd cover? Yes, Chief, that's right. As the silence between you and the Chief drag on, you begin to regret offering to do Dalton a favor. Now that you think about it, what exactly do you know about maintenance? Not only is the Chief going to give Dalton grief for passing off his workload. Give me a second, guys. There's a big fucking spider! I need my thing. Give me a second. Give me a freaking second. Sorry, I had to go find the fly swatter. It was too far for me to reach. I think it was asleep or something because it didn't run away. That was weird. Did you get it? I got it! It's dead! It was pretty big though. It's pretty big. It was like... I don't know. The size of 3 fingers at least. Threat eliminated. Yeah, I think it didn't think that I would see it. It was at my phone paneling. But yeah, it was a pretty big spider. It was at least 3 fingers big. Big, fat. Alright. Sorry about that. Okay, not... You're going to get in the neck
for... Well, if he says it's an important stage of his work, I'm not gonna drag him away. Kid's been slaving over that project night and day. Got to admire his love for the craft. You let yourself relax. Thankfully, it looks like the chief's got something of a sort of soft side after all. I'll be able to pick things up from here, but I've got one of his jobs that you can do for me. What do you need? The chief turns away from you and squats down, rummaging around in her tool pack for something. The batteries in the emergency spacesuit radio packs in the airlock are due for a replacement. Take these and switch them out for the old ones, okay? She casually tosses 2 battery packs towards you, which you just about catch, surprised by their heft. You got the charged batteries. Roger that, Chief. Once you've got the old ones, bring them back here and plug them into the power distribution module. After that, you're free to go. Swap out the batteries in the emergency spacesuits at the airlock. You then bring the old ones back here to recharge. Simple. Okay. Let's just do the function thing. Airlock. Yeah. Okay. Item. We use this item. Can I? Oh, maybe I can't use the item yet. Maybe use. Right, let's see. The chief said it was the batteries in the suit radios that needed changing. Firmly grabbing onto the locking mechanism handle in the suit's container, you twist the 90 degrees clockwise and then pull. The door offers more resistance than you expected, but once fully open, it remains in place. Reaching inside the container, you hold your left hand against the suit's rigid breast panel and grab the large black block of plastic that protrudes from the panel's left side. With a tug, the block pulls away, trailing a curling cable that keeps it connected to the suit. As you pull it away from the suit, you flip the radio over to examine it. The bottom half of the device consists of a pistol grip, the secondary microphone and speaker, allowing it to be used separately from the suit. Your thumb rests comfortably on the push-to-talk button. The top half of the unit's underside has a backlit LCD screen, showing the current frequency it's turned to and battery level. Below the screen sits a few ambiguous buttons. To its side is a dial for tuning, and a power switch. Whilst the unit holds the main workings of the radio's receiver and transceiver, the wire that still anchors it to the suit connects to it to the small microphone and speaker inside the helmet. Flipping the whole unit around to look at the underside, you see a small latch set in a recess, which you pull down with your thumb, releasing the cover and letting the old battery slide into your palm. Old battery out. You murmur to yourself as you take it in your spare hand before sliding it into the opposite pocket from the fresh batteries. You got the depleted batteries. And now put in the new batteries. New batteries in. With the battery replaced, you reattach the compartment cover with the snap back into place. Once you set the radio onto its mound on the suit's breast panel, you step back, close the suit's container door, and twist the locking mechanism 90 degrees counterclockwise. With one down, you move to the other storage unit and repeat the process of unlocking the container, taking the suit's radio, swapping out the batteries, and then replacing everything as you found it. Great, all done. Let me get these back and charging in engineering. Oops. And then we can go to engineering like this. Where it was engineering. Yeah. Lieutenant, have you sorted out those batteries yet? Oh, not yet. I was. Then why are you hanging around here for? Didn't I let you to go help to waste my time get those batteries charged, or have you and Dowson scrubbing the biofilters? Yes, Chief. Is it those ones? This one? How do I charge it? As you pass by the steel door of the central computer room, you pause for a moment. None of the ships you previously served had a computer system set up like this, so you're unsure what to do about being allowed to access such a vital function as part of your checks. You idle for a moment by the door, although normally you'd be responsible for clearing every area on the ship. Cassie had already explained to you that the access was strictly limited to operations department or the captain.
You mull this over, then shrug. If they wanted you to check it out, you'd be able to access it. Oh! Am I not? Wait. Okay, there's the... Did I not? Wait, hold on. Am I not allowed to select it and just like use it? Oh wait, use. And then, okay, there you go. You take each battery you'd remove from the suit's radio and place them in the charging port on the side of the power distribution module. They slide in and lock in place with a satisfying clunk, and a red light right above the ports light up with an amber glow. Great, a job well done. Talk to Chief. Lieutenant, have you sorted out those batteries yet? Yes, Chief, all sorted. Good. You're not as useless as you look, Lieutenant. Keep it up. Thanks, Chief. I guess? Okay. Nothing in engines. Okay, and then I guess we can just move to the captain's quarter. Not captain's quarter. To the bridge now. Where's the bridge? Bridge. I've completed the security report for today. Should I go up and give it to the captain, or should I take another look around in case I missed anything? Actually, let's check out stuff. Let's move to every single possible room there is. Nothing? Hanson's quarter. I've been lucky not to run into him since the other day. Good to know some people never change. Harry's quarters. I still can't get a proper read on them. Dowson's quarters. The chief keeps him busy, so I bet he wishes he had more time to actually spend in there. Dylan's quarters. I wonder how many cassettes he got stashed away in there. Okay, I think we got Cruise Corridor 1, number 2. Look. Chief's quarter. Pretty sure I've caught her catching a power nap when she was inspecting a maintenance crawl space. Wouldn't surprise me if she slept in an access tunnel. Dr. Rosarium's quarters. I've never seen him outside of sickbay, now that I think about it. Casey's quarters. Nessa's quarters. I can imagine it's immaculate in there. She doesn't seem like the kind of person who's good at relaxing. Standing at the end. What drove you to get this far? It wasn't necessary for your port, and there's nothing to check either. Trying to leave, but stop quickly when you hear a faint noise. Well. Looking around, you don't see anyone, and you haven't heard any approaching footsteps. So you couldn't have been anyone in the Foreside thoroughfare. You stay still and silent as a few seconds pass. Blah. You didn't realize the first time, but the noise seemed to be coming from the captain's quarter. At this time of day, the captain would be on the bridge. You're due to make your report to her soon. Hello? You knock gently on the door and wait, but get no response, although there's no further noise either. Pausing for a moment, you consider knocking again, but decide against it. Probably just blocked vents or clogged pipe. I'd better get on with my report. Okay. Fire control. We went to the hangar, central hub, sick bay. Lieutenant Poo Poo, can I help you? No, thank you, Doctor. I'm just dropping by. For what purpose? If I can't help you, then I have to assume you're here for some other alternative purpose. Do you intend to make small talk? No, I didn't really come here to pick up more nutritional shakes for Miss Quinn. No. On the captain's order? No, look, as part of your routine checks? Yes, just doing the routine checks, checking in on you. Everything okay here, Doctor? Yes, don't let me keep you, Lieutenant. You're clearly very busy. Great, thanks. I'll be carrying on with my rounds then. Since you don't really have anything to say, the good doctor thinks it's best that I don't try and strike up another conversation. Airlock looks fine. Move. Armory, engineering. I think everything's fine. Let's go to... Hi, how's Harvester? Now you're just trolling me. Now I recognize a pattern. And now, you can't do anything. Actually, where is the captain's quarters? Aside from the background hum of the ship's engine, you don't hear anything. Half a minute passes like this before you decide to carry on with your report. Awesome. Okay, let's move. Move to the bridge now. You complete the security reports for today. Should you go up and give it to the captain? Another look around in case you missed anything. Is there anything else we missed, guys? I don't think there's anything else we missed, do we? Maybe I should check out my room? Or like Cass's room? See, her passcode was, so our anniversary is the 2nd of November, so it'll be 0211. You punch the number and the 4-digit passcode, and the terminal flashes the access granted whilst the door slides open. Step into Casey's quarters, being careful not to trip on any errant clothing. Surprise! You announced to an empty room. Oh, I didn't think Cassie was on duty right now. Considering how much stuff Cassie has balanced on this terminal, I wouldn't be surprised if she does everything that she needs on the airlock terminal or something. Clothing bed, serving as a wardrobe. There's your picture. What's this? November 2nd, our anniversary was written on the back. You're back. 0211211. Newport Park, sorry. Okay, you got duties. We shouldn't be hanging out here much longer. Where else can we go? Guess we can go to, like, my room. Oh, sorry. I am stupid and don't know where my room is. Nothing's here. I think that's it. We don't have anything. Mess hall again. There shouldn't be anything else, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else. Time to report. No sense of delaying seeing the Captain Bartholomew's. Lieutenant Pee-Pee Poo-Poo entering the bridge. Declared, stepping from the elevator and throwing a salute. Looking around the room, you see Vanessa, who remains focused at her station, not paying you the slightest bit of attention, and Casey, who's turned to greet you. If you remain at attention, you notice that the captain's chair is missing. At ease, Lieutenant. Captain Bartholomew's isn't with us today, so I've got command right now. A small comes from Vanessa. If Casey heard, she doesn't show it. Oh, is that right? I've come to make my report. That's right. Dr. Rosium advised me that she'd suddenly taken ill. Vanessa makes another louder touching noise. Casey pauses for a split second, but quickly carries on. So he's ordered her to quarters for some bed rest.
We're due to enter communication range with the O'Brien at any moment now, and from there, it's just a matter of coordinating our patrol paths. Nothing I can't handle. Ahem. Right, the security report, Lieutenant.
Oh yeah, of course. You clear your throat, feeling a bit awkward. Although you'd been on the ship together for the past few days, you mainly seen each other between shifts, where ranks really didn't mean much. Casey acting seriously didn't seem like a Casey at all. Your security report for April 23rd, PC 214. No breaches or hazards to report, ma'am. So they've been dating for 2 years. Yeah, exactly 2 years. No signs of immediate threats or security risks to the ship itself, and all shipboard operations proceeding as expected with little likelihood of disruption. Nothing? Well, the chief has run into some feedback issues with the long-range communication system and are impacting the visuals on the long-range targeting system. It doesn't seem to be enough to stop... Ew, what the fuck? Sorry. I hit myself, I guess. It doesn't seem to be enough to stop normal operations, though, and she's in the process of isolating the problem area to start repairs. No, I just thought like I had, like there was a bug on me or something, and then it wasn't, and I was like, okay. Guess like something was tickling me instead, so I just rubbed the area. Cadet Grange has also completed the system to load the high-density foam he's developed into training rounds for the Juno weapons. He's scheduled to have produced enough rounds for tests in time for the next training exercises.
Oh, that's great. Good for him.
But that's about it. Business as usual. Here's my written report. You reach into your jacket pocket and take a hold of the written copy of your morning report, as well as the completed checklist, which you then pass to Cassie. Once in her hand, she flicks through them casually, giving them a quick once-over.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I'll get these logged. Feel free to return to your standard duties.
Yes, ma'am. As Cassie turns away with the documents in hand, she glances across to a display screen showing the time.
Vanessa, have we heard anything from the O'Brien? We're beyond the scheduled meetup window. Are we picking them up on sensors? There's nothing on sensors, Lieutenant Commander. Not that the interference is making things easy. I'll try scanning on different frequency bands in case the O'Brien is having the same issue.
Vanessa begins to flip switches and twist dials, filling the quietness of the bridge with a series of noises that range from annoying buzzes to painfully shrill screeches. After a few moments, a communication window on the main screen illuminates and a slight distorted voice speaks. Do you read? We are at the rendezvous area and have a mission update. Please acknowledge. I repeat, this is Lieutenant Bashir of the JFS O'Brien. JFS Gundog, do you read? We are at the rendezvous area and have a mission update. Please acknowledge. With Lieutenant Bashir from the O'Brien relatively clear with communication window, Cassandra hastily grabs a microphone. Roger that, JFS O'Brien. This is Lieutenant Commander Quinn from the JFS Gundog. We're picking up ER signal and have arrived at the rendezvous area. Please transmit your precise coordinates over. We read you. That's a sweet voice you got there, Gundog. I feel like suddenly I'm being complimented. I'm transmitting coordinates and missions updates files now. It's good to finally... Lieutenant Bashir, do you read? Vanessa, are you still getting a signal from the... The comms are being overloaded. There's a powerful signal coming from all bands and it's... Yeah! What the hell just happened? Is everyone okay, Commander Quinn? Commander Quinn? Casey? Even before your eyes adjust to the minimal lighting of the bridge, you kneel down and reach into the darkness, trying to find where Casey has collapsed on the deck. You search blindly for a few seconds until your hand meets her shoulder and you move towards her. Casey, hey, Casey! Say something, Casey! Hang in there, Casey. Lieutenant Lord, call sick bay and get the doctor up here right now. I can't! Why not?
The ship's entire system has been knocked offline. Even the emergency backup system. It's all offline. Well, we don't have time for this. Get it back online. You rise quickly and dash over to the elevator, slamming your hand into the call button. I'm going to take Casey down to the sick bay. You can... Aside from your voice, the whole room remains totally silent. The most conspicuously absent thing is the whirring of the elevator that you would take you directly to sickbay. You rapidly press the call button in frustration. Idiot! What part of offline do you not understand? Quinn's not going anywhere until at least the backup system are online, but that can't be done from the bridge. What do you mean? How do we get them back online? It's an emergency failsafe. If there's a critical failure with the central computer and we can't function properly, then the entire ship will shut down. Then it enters a lockdown mode until it can be rebooted. All areas are sealed in case the shutdown is the result of enemy attack. The main computer and engineering needs to be physically rebooted to restore any sort of access. Of course, since this is a security system, you should know all this. You gritted your teeth to stop yourself snapping back at Vanessa. In the heat of the moment, all thought of process and procedure had left you completely. All you'd been thinking about was getting Casey to sick bay. Placing your head in your hand, you pinched the bridge of your nose and tried to focus. That's right. But isn't the order to reboot the central system given from the bridge in the situation? Why did you say we can't? 2 reasons. First of all, the lockdown shouldn't affect backup systems. But for some reason, everything seems like it's offline, which means there's no internal communication system right now. Secondly, even if we did have internal communication system, access to the central computer requires input codes, which are known only by the captain. Or in the event the captain is incapacitated, the second in command. Vanessa turns to look at Cassandra, who shifts slightly. As she continues to talk, you head back to Casey, kneeling beside her and placing her in the recovery position. Feeling the cold steel of the floor as you turn Casey over, you take off your uniform jacket and lay it over her. Which currently would be Lieutenant Commander Quinn. Meaning that right now, both people who know the necessary information to get the ship back up and running are out of action. There's got to be some way around all this. Weren't you listening? This isn't supposed to happen. We at least have the backup system in place. Without them, there's nothing we can do except sit around and wait for the air to run out. But O'Brien, can you contact them for support? Everything is offline. What part of that are you not getting? As you kneel over Casey, your mind races through what Vanessa has just told you. You know that she's right and that all ship's emergency action plans revolve around the backup system being operational. And without them online, there's next to nothing that can be done within the ship. Your mind catches on that point for a moment, and you can't help but wonder whether whoever wrote that plan was optimistic enough that they couldn't see a situation where the backup fails. Or whether they were so pessimistic that they felt those systems were out of commission, there would be no real hope for the crew either. Pushing that thought out of your head, you desperately tried to figure out a way to get Cassie to the sick bay. There's got to be something you know about the ship that would help in all your time you spent working as a security officer. There's got to be something that you picked up that would... That's it! In the crew quarters, the panels by the bunks can be removed and replaced. People use the space in the structure to hide contraband. What are you talking about? The ship's maintenance crawlways are accessed in the same way. If I'm right, head back over to the elevators, but this time, instead of trying to call them, you begin to run your hand over the seams in the wall panel on either side. Eventually, you notice a gap a few inches in length. Normally, maintenance would have a special tool to access this, but you can do the same thing with... I know I got it on me somewhere. Where is it? Taking out your ID card out of your pocket, you slide it into the gap in the seam until it meets some resistance, and when it's about halfway in, you slide it up and down a few times until you feel it stick into something, at which point you push harder. Suddenly, you hear the sound of multiple catches disengaging and the panel fall towards you. Taking the wall panel on both hands, you place it to the side where it used to be attached. Now, instead of solid wall, you can just make out an absence large enough for someone to fit inside, with a series of rungs headed downward into the darkness, which opens up once they pass by where the elevator currently sits.
How did you know how to do this? This is one of the first tricks you learn as a security officer. Ship crews get very creative with where they stash things. With these panels, it makes sense that the maintenance crawls are accessed in a similar way. Well, great. Now, you can crawl around the walls in the dark. Very helpful. You grit your teeth and breathe. You hadn't talked to Vanessa much since you met, but you were now beginning to understand why she's always ate alone in the mess hall. If I can get up in here, it means that I can get out down to the central hub. From there, I can see if I can get the emergency input code from the captain and make contact with the chief in engineering. Do you really think that you can solve all this by clambering around inside the walls? Even if you can make it to the central hub, the rest of the ship will. Lieutenant Lord, would you please keep your opinion to yourself or shut up? Which one should we do? I think we should be polite. What do you think? I think we should be polite, maybe. 2 is professional. 2. Thank you, Lieutenant Lord. You snap back, barely suppressing your anger at her constant pessimism. But right now, I don't see many other options except for this one. And for all we know, we're the only people on the entire ship who might be able to do something. I'm not about to sit around and let everyone down. Not this time. So I'm going to leave you here to look after Lieutenant Commander Quinn unless you have anything you want to try that you think might help. Vanessa stares at you for a moment as if weighing up what the best put down for the situation is. Instead, she heads back to her station and starts flicking switches and pressing buttons on her control panel. All right, you do that. I'll try to get the internal communication system working. Since the backup should work in a situation like this, maybe there's a way to get them back online. Get moving! Or are you going to stand around and gawk whilst I get everything done myself? You inadvertently sigh loudly as you turn around and reach into the crawl space, grabbing a rung and then placing your foot on one lower one. Hopefully I can get things back online with the chief and the captain's help. Just look after Lieutenant Commander Quinn until then, all right? Vanessa turns away from you, continuing to adjust the inputs in the communication system. Yeah, sure. With that, you lower yourself into the darkness, taking out one rung at a time. Once you're past the stationary elevator, you can feel the space open up around you. Carrying on downward, you reach behind you every so often to see if you can feel the catch system that would keep access panel attached. After a few attempts, you find it. Your fingers eventually brush over a catch, and with some coercion, you manage to get it to release, causing the whole panel to fall off the wall behind you and clatter onto the floor in the central hub. You step out of the crawlway. A loud bang starts from nearby. You immediately reorientate yourself to face the room, placing your hand on the electroshock weapon just in case. As you scan the room in the dim lighting, the banging continues, and you realize it's not coming from anywhere in the central hub, but one of the elevators. With your hand still hovering over your weapon, you slowly move toward the noise, trying to make as little noise as possible, sound as possible, hoping that whoever or whatever is making it doesn't know you're there. Despite the darkness, you can see that the elevator doors are open slightly, with an inch or so gap between the 2 doors. As you angle yourself to try and see what's inside, your question is answered. Hey, who's out there? Whoever you are, help me get at these stupid doors open. Whole thing's jammed. You pause for a moment. You haven't seen Hanson since the other day outside your quarters. I know you're out there. I heard you. Get over here and help me get these doors open. Hey, what are you waiting around for? As Hanson continues to call out, you size up the situation with the darkness of the room. You easily come and go without him being able to tell it's you. On top of that, it's unlikely that he'll be able to force open the elevator door on his own. Hey, come on! This isn't funny! Who's out there? Stop jerking me around! It's petty, but part of you almost relishes the idea of Hanson seeing how it feels to be trapped and unable to do anything. Haru, if you're messing with me, I'll kick your ass! Still, he's a member of the crew, and as a security officer, it's your role to keep them all safe. Regardless of how much of a dick they might be. Take a deep breath and... help him open the door, I guess? I hate it, boy! We're a good person, right? Everyone everyone, 2. Fuck this guy. 2? You want to leave him there? Everyone's like 2. Leave him there. 2. Okay, fine, we'll leave him there. Hold it for a second before you're releasing it as quietly as you can. You step back slowly, doing your best not to let your footfall make any sort of noise. You look around and can't make anyone else in the area. Thinking to yourself, you rationalize that it's not as if Hansen would be much help if you let him out. At best, he'll get in the way. At worst, you might have another fight on your hand. For the time being, at least, he's probably better off where he is. Hey, come on, let me out! 2. Oh, this must have been the win! Should we leave? Okay. As you leave the central hub and enter the long corridor that comprises of the aft thoroughfare, the first thing you notice is the sound of your steps on the metal flooring, ringing out and echoing down the corridor. Normally, the vibrations from the engines would have dulled this noise, and it would have been barely perceptible over their low and steady rumble. You got to the point where you didn't even notice the constant noise at this end of the ship. Now that you're in the corridor is silent, its absence hits you. Oh wait, I totally got this wrong. We can totally just move to the chief's quarters, right? Captain's quarters. Standing in front of the door to Captain's Bertha, Bartolomew's quarters, you instinctively straighten up, sticking your chest out and your shoulders back. You know that your access card doesn't have the encoded permission to allow you to access the captain's quarters, and even if it did, the terminal on the side of the door is as lifeless as the rest of the ship. Instead, you bang forcefully on the captain's door and shout, "Captain Bartholomew's is Lieutenant Poo Poo. There's been a system failure and Commander Quinn is incapacitated. We need you to give me the emergency input codes to restart the ship's central computer." After waiting for a few moments, you press an ear up against the door, seeing if you can hear any signs of life. From experience, you know that the crew quarter doors aren't as substantial as some of the other doors on the ship. It's not uncommon to know the exact schedules of other crew members based on the sound alone. "Captain, it's an emergency!" You wait a little while longer, but you still don't hear anything. Oh, damn it. Slamming your fist on the captain door in frustration, you turn back. You have to figure something else out. Do we go... You pause outside Casey's room, wondering if there's any chance that she may have left a copy of the input codes in there. You don't dwell on this thought long, as quick inspection of the terminal next to the door shows it's out of action, just like all the others. Can we use the card to jimmy it open? I don't think so. Like everywhere else on the ship, you have met with an unresponsive terminal and a shut door. You know not to expect much, but you try anyways, knocking on the door and calling out, "Hey, Gunner, geez, nuts! Can you hear me?" You wait for a response, but don't feel particularly worried when one doesn't come out. Knowing Dylan, he's probably not realized anything has happened. I don't think he's much help, even if he could hear me. Oops. At least somebody's probably having a good time during all of this. Mess hall? Kill for a coffee right now, but I don't think anything there will be helpful. Hangar? Double-sized door that makes up the entrance to the hangar remains steadfastly closed despite your best efforts. Although your terminal on their side is dead, like all the others, you're attempting to open the double doors through brute force, since the hangar seems like your best bet to access some helpful equipment. They had, however, remained inert against your effort to pry them open against your own strength. Unsurprisingly, though, but frustrating. If I managed to get these doors open, there'd be another set waiting for me at the bottom of the staircase. And this would be harder in low gravity. You pause for a moment, thinking, but can't think of any way around it. Let's try somewhere else. Should we use
you hear me? Hey!
Standing in darkness, you listen to Hansen calling out for help. Despite his occasional effort, he's still stuck.
Should we help him out? Should we help him out?
Do we be good sports now? Yes, you want to help him out? Okay. Oh, fine. As much as you have your problems with him, you know how it feels to be stuck and helpless in a situation outside of your control. You sigh, then head towards the elevator. All right, Ensign, I'll take the door on the right. You take the door on the left. On the count of 3, we pull.
Great, everyone on board, and it's Calic Coward. Figure you stopped by here. Nice little space to crawl up and hide in. Helping me out so we can trade places and you can ride out until the action's over.
You immediately begin to regret your decision. Cruz, do you want to get out there or not?
Whatever, just let me out here unless you want to walk away now. That's your specialty, right? Ducking out when you're needed?
Every muscle in your body stiffens and a wave of heat flushes through your entire body. Listen up, Ensign. I'm here to help you out, and right now you're not giving me a lot of good reason to do that. So you can either stop trying to be the biggest asshole in the JFC and start helping me, or I can leave you and figure out how to get out of here yourself. You understand?
Yeah, whatever. Just count down already.
All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. It takes 2 of you for an attempt, but finally you manage to push the door open to the point where Hansen comes out to make his way through the gap between the 2 of them. Free of the elevator, Hansen dusts himself down and looks while adjusting his jacket.
So what the hell's going on? What happened to the ship? Why has everyone stopped working? There should be backups or something, right?
You pause for a moment. Despite having been on the bridge with when everything went wrong, you probably have as much of an idea as Hansen would. Honestly, we've got no idea. I was on the bridge when this all happened. We made contact with the O'Brien. There was this flash, then cast Commander Quinn had been knocked out. All the systems were offline, even the backups. I managed to get off the bridge using the maintenance crawlway. Now we're trying to figure out a way to reboot the computer to get everything back online.
Just great. I knew the ship was a piece of junk, and the moment I stepped on board, you said you guys had a plan to get things up and running, yeah?
Yeah, kinda.
Great, you can handle that. I'm gonna check on the crew. Have you seen Haru?
No, I haven't run into them.
Okay, then I'll try their quarters.
With that, Hansen heads into darkness towards the four-side thoroughfare. He stops briefly, turning to face you.
Oh, Lieutenant?
Thanks, or whatever. The pilot quickly turns on his heels and disappears in the darkness. Don't mention it. Like, actually don't, though. As you enter, the airlock hatch door looms large in your darkness. A shiver runs through you, and you rub your forearms. Wasn't something you noticed until now, but it feels the goosebumps that cover your skin, and you realize that the ship's temperature has dropped noticeably. Got to find a way to get things up and running again. Look. Can we look at that? Nope. Okay. Look. Access. Behind this panel is the manual control for the airlock hatch. I guess it's one of those few situations we'd use it, although I don't plan on going to spacewalk anytime soon. Okay, I guess we just move. Engineering. The end of the aft thoroughfare, where the corridor would normally transition from corridor to the engineering department. Instead, you met with a substantial blast door and the word engineering stenciled onto it. You run your hand over the surface before rapping on it with your knuckles. Rather than the low ring, which would indicate it being relatively thin, this door returns a higher pitched noise, indicating that it's significantly thicker than normal.
Did he turn tsundere? He turned tsundere.
Unlike the rest of the door on the ship, which are designed as entrances and exits, you can tell that this one exists more to block one section off from the other. You instantly dismiss any thoughts of forcing it open. It's likely that even the contents of the armory couldn't shift it. After a minute or two of fruitlessly inspecting it, you shrug to yourself. The only thing you can do right now is hope that the chief is nearby. Hey, Chief! You pound on the door with your fist, hoping that the sound makes its way through.
Chief, can you hear me?
You continue to pound on the door and yell, stopping every so often to hear if there's any kind of response. Chief, I'm out here! Chief, hey! After a few minutes worth of attempting to make contact, you stop and flex the finger on your right hand, cracking your knuckles and try to dismiss the discomfort. Given the size of the engineering department, you need to think of how close the chief need to be to even hear you at the odds of that happening. Before you can resume the attempt through, though, you hear a dull, repetitive thudding coming from the other side. Wait, made a kind of cool sound. Chief, can you hear me? I'm out here! You call, pressing your ear up to the blast door to see if you can hear an answer. Instead, you just hear the same dull, repetitive thudding. It seems at first random and erratic, but the longer you hear, you begin to realize there's a pattern. Arrgh! That's great. What does it mean? In defeat, you slam your fist against the door one more time. Chief, I don't know if I can hear me, but I'll try and find a way to get you out of there with you. At least I know someone's in there. There's got to be some way I can get in touch with them, send them a signal. Maybe there's something I haven't thought of yet. Not an emergency communication system, something that's not tied to the ship. Oh, think. Swipe your car key in the car reader set to the terminal, but the armory door, and there's absolutely no response. Looking at the terminal, you can see there's no indication that it's working at all. Figures that with everything shut down, this wouldn't work. No sense in wasting time around here. I need to find something to get in touch with the chief. Okay, what should we do? Maintenance crawl ways like this all over the ship. I was lucky that this one was so easy to access. Wouldn't want to try to find any of the others in the dark and without any guidance. Let's do sick bay. It's like elevators are clearly out of action. I have to get things back up and running before I can get her to sick bay. Okay, look. I wonder how Dalton's getting on in there. Poor kid's probably scared out of his mind. That would be bad time to get hungry. I wonder if Dylan's even noticed the ship's online. His cassette player is battery powered, so it's probably fine for a while. Cruise quarters? Look. Where's Hanson anyways? I don't know what Howard's duties were today or where they'll be. Hopefully they went to the hangar early to get ready for their training exercises. That'll give Dalton some company at least. For a kid. Okay. If Dylan's shift finishes between when I saw him and when the power went out, he probably would have stuck around in the fire control. What about my quarters? I guess my quarters are the one place in this entire ship I can guarantee there's nothing helpful in the situation in. I can enjoy a well-earned rest later. Okay, move. Move. 2? Look. Chief's quarters. Banging from earlier must have been her, but I feel like she was trying to say something. Casey's quarters. Vanessa's quarters. Dr. Rosium's quarters. I bet he's completely unfazed by all this. You're not expecting much, but it's always worth giving it a try, especially in a situation like this. Captain? Captain? Where can she even be doing in there? I know the doctor's assigned her to bed rest, but how ill is she? Okay. Where should we go now? The hangar. We can go in. Mess hall is not allowed. I think airlock was pretty handy. Wait, I've just changed the batteries in this to make sure the radios would have worked in an emergency. Wonder if any of the other radios on board will pick up the signal. There we go. I bet that's what the chief was trying to tell me. Of course she'd come up with a plan like that before anyone else. Now let's see if I can reach her. Grab the handle on the suit's container and twist. The metal on the handle is noticeably colder than touched last time you were here. Once the lock is undone, you grab the door and, bracing the suit with your left hand, grab the radio with your right. As you disconnect the radio unit from the breast panel, the spiraling plastic cord that connects to the suit comes with it. Turning the radio on with your hand, you find where the cord connects and unscrew the attachment point, allowing the cable to spring back towards the suit. You quickly extend the telescoping antenna and flick the power switch, which causes the sound of whining static to fill the previous silent room. You slowly rotate the turning dial while working your way through the frequencies, till a familiar voice comes from the tinny speakers. An emergency broadcast from Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathays on the JFS. An emergency broadcast from Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathays on the JFS Gundog to any JFS Gundog crew members or any JCF ships nearby. The Gundog has suffered a complete system failure and assistance is needed to get them back online. I repeat, this is an emergency broadcast from Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathays on the JFS Gundog to any JFS Gundog crew member and any JCF ships nearby. Gundog has suffered a complete system failure. Assistance is needed to get them back online. Chief, this is Lieutenant Poo Poo. Reading you loud and clear. I've managed to get an emergency radio from one of the suits in the airlock. I'm able to get around to the thoroughfares and to the bridge, but I can't get anywhere else. Took you long enough. What the hell's everyone been doing the whole time? You're just about to push the button to send your response, but the chief cuts in. Anyway, you're in touch now. That's what counts. You said you could get to the bridge, is that right? That's right. Then get back up there and get the captain to give me the input codes to access the main computer so that I can get the ship running again. Slight complication, Chief. The captain's taken sick. She's not on the bridge. Classic Bartholomew's. Then get back up there and get Lieutenant Commander Quinn to give me the input code. She's out of commission too. She collapsed at the same time the ship power went out. You release your thumb, allowing Chief to broadcast, but you expect a swiftly delivered alternative. But all you got is radio static. Chief? Nothing's ever easy, huh, Lieutenant? Who's currently on the bridge then? That'd be Lieutenant Lord. Well, she's the commanding officer on board right now, and I guess you're going to want to get up there. I've got an idea, but it's not something I can authorize. You grip the radio, tightens as you sense the apprehension grows within you. Don't know what the chief has in mind, but if it requires the authority of the ship's senior officer, you know that it's got to be something dangerous. Realizing you've been holding your breath since the chief's last message, you breathe out and push the button on the radio and send a message. Copy that. Chief, heading up there now. Radio in hand, you quickly make your way back from the airlock to the central hub and head straight for the maintenance crawlway. It only takes a moment of groping around in the darkness to find a ladder rung before you're on your way back to the bridge. As you climb, each rung that you grip is cold to the touch, and the air that you breathe has a brisk chill to it. You know what this means, but for the time being, you decide to push that thought out of your head. You've got other things to focus on. The climb up seems a lot shorter than your original climb down, and you soon emerge on the bridge. Vanessa swivels in her chair and faces over to you. So, did you get in touch with anyone? Kind of. You bring the radio up to your face so that the microphone is level with your mouth and press the push to talk button with your thumb. Chief, I'm back on the bridge with Lieutenant Lord. Releasing the button, you walk past Vanessa, handing the radio over before heading towards Casey. Vanessa looks from you to the radio with mild bewilderment before the chief's voice sounds out from the speaker. Lieutenant Lord, this is Chief Engineer Cathays. Do you read? As you kneel down by Cassie to check her pulse and temperature, as well as doing your best to tuck your jacket around her, the way the chief adjusts Vanessa catches your attention. You hadn't heard the chief being that differential towards anyone, even the captain. I hear you, Chief Cathays. Captain Bartholomew and Commander Quinn are both incapacitated, so I'm in command of the gun dog until such a time that they can return to duty. Understood? You frown slightly hearing Vanessa assert her position over the chief like that. Although she is the ranking officer in this situation, you'd not heard anyone pull rank in that way, especially on the chief, who You were under the impression enjoyed the respect of everyone on board, including Hansen and Haru. Yes, ma'am. Good. Now you have a plan, Chief Cathates, or has the Lieutenant Poo-Poo brought me this radio so you can have a chat about how nothing's working on your end either? As you stand and turn to face Vanessa, you catch the last few moments of a distasteful look that she's been making at you whilst your back was turned, and do your best to bite your tongue. Yes, ma'am, Lieutenant Poo-Poo explained to me that both the captain and Commander Quinn are out of action. So, I'm aware neither of them will be able to give me the input codes required to reactivate the central computer. You know that, Cathays. What's the solution? The only hope we've got right now is that the captain has copies of the document that contains the access code in her quarters. If someone can get in there, then they can get the codes and tell them to me, letting me reactivate the ship's system. We're able to get into the captain's quarters. We've done that already. The whole ship's in lockdown. There's no way to get in there. You notice the slightest pause before the chief responds. You could be projecting, but you are under the impression that she's just as fed up as you are. Not quite, ma'am. Although all the terminals and most of the hardware on the ship is dependent on the central computer. We've got a tool that we use that sometimes... Well, I can't read, sorry. When something needs to be disconnected from the system. We use it for the maintenance or debugging, the PST or portable subterminal. It's effectively a standalone power pack with a microcomputer built in that provides enough power to activate the hardware attached to a terminal. It'll let us get into the captain's quarters, and then from there we can get the codes to start the computer back up. So where's the PST? It's in the hangar. We can't get in the hangar either. I know you're stuck in engineering, Cathays, but the story's the same for the entire ship. Another silence falls, longer this time. That's true if you're trying to get the hangar from inside the ship, ma'am. But the gun dog has two entrances that can be activated entirely manually. The main onboard airlock and the hangar crew airlock. If someone left the ship via the onboarding airlock, they can make their way to the crew airlock for the hangar and re-enter there. Then they can get the PST and make their way through the ship as normal. I see. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Engineer Cathays, but aren't yourself and Cadet Grange the only crew on board qualified for extravehicular activity in space? And you're currently stuck in engineering, whilst we can't get in contact with Cadet Grange to bring us the PST? Yes, ma'am. You begin to feel a knot in your gut and internally curse Dalton for not having picked up enough of Chief's know-how to have found an emergency radio of his own. And policy dictates that all EVA needs to be commanded by an operation officer. The knot in your stomach tightens as you take a deep breath in. Vanessa's eyes are now locked on you. Yes, ma'am. The slightest hint of a smile forms on Vanessa's face. Well, Lieutenant, looks like you're going for a walk. You've seen this coming as soon as the chief had begun outlining the plan, but you're hoping there'd be some extra part that hadn't been revealed yet. Something you would allow you to stay on board. Faced with Vanessa's directness, the knot in your stomach tightens further. A sense of nausea rises from your gut. Fine, let's do it, right? Yeah, fine? Oxygen's running out. You need to save your girl. Nobody else is able to help you. You need to do it. Yeah, fine. Some people took well to spacewalks. Some even enjoyed them so much that they take on careers in colony construction and repairs where they spend time in the vacuum of space than they did inside the colony airships. Can't we get Hansen to do it? We could, but we don't know where he went. You were not one of those people. You'd only ever left the confines of a ship or colony a few times in your life, and almost all of those had been evacuation drills that been through in school or during citizen trees courses. On every occasion that you'd remember, you'd reacted badly, but managed to keep it to yourself. Something about having been out in the void, an attachment chip or handrail away from drifting off into endless nothingness of space will always fill you with dread. The knowledge that you were a slip away from the disappearing forever, irretrievable and helpless. Despite all that, you knew full well from Vanessa's discussion with the chief that there was not going to be any way around doing this, and right now you were the ship's, Casey's only hope. As much as you hated the thought of it, you pushed back against the fear that had been hiding inside you. Taking a deep breath, you resigned yourself to do what you had to do. Fine, I'll do it. The chief can walk me through everything that I need to know on my way over to the airlock. The dashing security officer diving headfirst into danger. Aren't they great, Lieutenant Commander Quinn? So selfless. Vanessa rolls her eyes, covering her mouth with the back of her hand and putting on a mocking tone. Oh, my hero, so brave, going to space to save us. Only you can. You snatch the radio off Vanessa and turn your back on her, heading towards the maintenance crawlway. At this point, you've had just about all you can take of her, so the sooner the situation is resolved, you decide the sooner you can go back to avoiding her. Oh, quit making a big deal of this with all your huffing and puffing, Lieutenant Poo-Poo. From what I've heard, hanging out in space is something of a pastime of yours. With that comment, you feel like your heart's dropped out of your chest. You quickly spin to face Vanessa. Lieutenant? Reining in the flash of anger you just felt, you silently shake your head as you turn back around and grab a hold of the first rung of the crawlway's ladder. Chief, I'm on my way to the airlock now. Walk me through what I need to know. Wait! With one hand still on the ladder rung, you pause and turn around. Yes, Lieutenant Lord? You just about managed to ask through gritted teeth. Don't you think you're forgetting something? Doing your best to suppress the urge to scream that you can feel building inside your chest, you pause for a moment, stare at Lieutenant Lord, trying to puzzle out what kind of mind game she's playing. Lieutenant Lord, if there's... Before you finish, Vanessa rolls her eyes and turns her heels, walking back over to Cassandra and squatting down. You almost yell out when Vanessa lay a hand on Casey's hip, but you stop when you see her withdraw a key card from Casey's skirt pocket. Pointing it between her thumb and forefinger with a flourish, she waves it at you as she stands up and walks back over to you. The central computer can only be accessed by the captain or members of operations. Good luck getting there without this. Vanessa casually tosses you the card, which you grab out of the air. You got Cassandra's key card. You turn the card over in your hand a few times before pocketing it. But the chief said the PST uses battery power to open. I can see what you and her see in each other. As if hooking up a battery to a door would get you around the ship's security system. You're still going to need to have the right authority levels to get through. Honestly. At this point, your jaw is clenched so hard it feels like your teeth may crack at any second. But the cold chill of the ladder rung reminding you how dire the situation is getting, you turn back around. Thank you, Lieutenant. You just about manage. Still there, Chief? I'm heading to the airlock now. Have you got the radio coming through the helmet speaker, Lieutenant? The Chief's voice fills your helmet, the sound quality somehow worse than the speaker in the main radio unit itself. Loud and clear, Chief. Your spine securing the radio on the suit's breast panel. You got the emergency suit sealed? I think I'm gonna stop soon, actually. Because I'm tired. And we ended up doing a lot more what do you call it? We ended up doing a lot more trying to fix this than we've ever done before. Than like the rest of the game, honestly. I'll be honest. We tried to fix it way more. So let me just... Where's my live stream? There it is. IT segment. Honestly, yes. I'm kind of dumb, so I tried. Let's see. It's Amy. Is playing Pragmata. We can send you guys over there. But yeah, you did get it fixed. Yeah, I did get it fixed. It's a good game. It deserves more fixing. Honestly, the tech support part was a little dull, but we managed to fix it somehow. I'm so sorry that it took so long, though. Thanks, everyone, for joining me today. If anyone could put in, like, the timestamps in which, like, tech support ended, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys again next time, okay? Bye-bye. Bye. Bye. Wait, actually, like, comment, subscribe. I have Patreon. Sub to it. Best way to support me. Market merch. And also use code MERCY for 10% off. Okay, now, bye for real. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Watch my VODs.